Guys, thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. That's really, really nice of you to clap for me like that. Welcome in, everybody. Good boys and gals. Don't forget to hide your single mothers. I am here. I have arrived. It is July 22nd, 2026. Let's begin with a little bit of reading, as we like to do, to get settled in here. Thanks for joining. Don't forget to tap that like button and subscribe. You'll be doing Ball a favor. So, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the United States surges forces toward Middle East, giving Trump options to expand the war. The U.S. is surging forces right now, medics and weaponry, to the Middle East to give President Trump more muscular military options as he considers expanding the conflict against Iran, according to people that are familiar with the matter. In the past week, special operations forces have deployed to the region from their United States bases, according to flight tracking data and U.S. officials, squadrons of jet fighters. So now we're starting to see the deployments, which I think have been ongoing. That's always presaging a new round of escalation. Squadrons of jet fighters have been staged across the Middle East, and bomber aircraft at bases in the United States and UK are on high alert to ramp up operations, according to one of the officials. Just earlier, I saw something, I forget if it was on YouTube or Twitter, talking about how Israel is getting hit by Iran, but it turns out, I got really excited, my nipples got hard, and it turns out actually it was in an Israeli embassy in Bahrain. So that'll be something to take a look at. That's a developing story, but still no boom boom Tel Aviv at this point. I can report to you, sadly. So, additionally, more than 150 medics have arrived at the Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany in recent days. So that's presumably from that Iranian airstrike against the Jordanian air base that killed upwards of 8 people, even though they're only reporting 3. And apparently that one that was vaporized was officially identified, a 28-year-old young woman. I forget her name, but we'll go over it all shortly here. So the hospital is the primary location for treating troops injured in combat in the Middle East. Now, a curious thing happened from the president of, what was it, Jordan? Yeah, the president of Jordan. I don't know if that's the official title. Maybe it's Prime Minister of Jordan. But whoever that guy was, or is, was appearing on camera saying, oh, you know, in fact, Mahmoud, we watched that clip of Mahmoud yesterday, and the Jordanian president was like, yeah, it turns out that the American soldiers that were killed were going outing, or having an outing with some sheep herders, and they caught some stray bullets, and that's what happened. End of story. Nothing to see here. But, like, that's completely a lie. And so you wonder, like, what are they trying to... In my mind, I didn't think about this until after our stream, but is that President Trump trying to offload or try to, de-escalate with Iran, trying to not blame Iran for what was an Iranian airstrike that killed 3 American soldiers, plus 5, maybe. Is it a way to politically mitigate the escalation and just say, well, that was just, stray bullets. We don't need to really go at Iran. Maybe that's the political motivation for that. I'm not sure, but something that crossed my mind. So the preparations are the latest indication that Trump is considering escalating the conflict after 3 American soldiers were killed in an Iranian attack in Jordan. I mean, everybody knows it's Iran, Why would the Jordanian president lie? A 4th service member was killed in Iraq during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. U.S. CENTCOM said on Wednesday that it had launched a 12th consecutive day of strikes against targets in Iran. The mission will continue to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten civilian mariners and commercial vessels transiting regional waters. Retired General Joseph Votel, the former commander of CENTCOM and of U.S. Special Operations Command, which sounds like you suck. You suck, man. Said the surge itself doesn't necessarily mean major military operations are inevitable. The big idea here is to give the President and the Secretary of Defense the most flexibility and the force the most options to present. The U.S. has deployed more than 150 medics to Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. There's a shot of the hospital. Looks like some wounded veterans outside, powwowing it up. A spokesman for the Pentagon referred questions about the troop movements to U.S. CENTCOM, which declined to discuss details. Citing operational security, also known as OPSEC. It's another thing that I learned through all this against my will. In a statement, the White House said Trump always has all options at his disposal. Thank you very much. No further questions. The troop surge could also be designed to give Trump more capacity to target Yemen's Houthi militants, who threatened this week to impose a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia. The president said Tuesday that he would take care of things if the Houthis targeted ships in the Red Sea. I think we'll learn more about that Saudi Arabia blockade. I've got this article from Sonar 21, I think, that talks about it. If you're just joining us, I'd appreciate a like and maybe a subscribe if you feel compelled. Trump launched an airstrike campaign against the Houthis last year. Remember when he did that and we lost? And we quietly lost and just backed away, which ended after nearly 2 months in a simple ceasefire, leaving the Houthis battered but not broken. Needs to be a consistent theme with the American and Israeli terrorism. They never quite get the job done, do they? Can't beat the Houthis, can't beat Hamas, can't beat any of the tentacles of the octopus of terror instituted by the Islamic extremists in Iran, the scourge of humanity, who are quietly and loudly threatening our beautiful Judeo-Christian Western civilization. I'll have none of that, thank you. Sharia law be damned. I'm not going to sit here as an American and entertain these migrants in my country. All right, sorry, I went southern there. They lashed out last week at Saudi Arabia, which they accused of bombing an airstrip to prevent an Iranian plane from landing at Sana'a airport. That's true. They broke. Apparently, there was a blockade on Yemen. Those dang Muslims. They had a. Probably shouldn't even say that because, YouTube algorithms, they don't get satire. But apparently Yemen was blockaded from having, like, any other country land its planes. But apparently an Iranian plane last week landed at the Yemeni airport. and that was a momentous occasion. They were all euphoric. I mean, I've seen posts about how, hey, look, we broke through the blockade. On Wednesday, a tanker sailing through the Red Sea off the coast of southern Saudi Arabia was struck by an unknown projectile, sparking a fire, according to UK Maritime Trade Operations. The Houthis' military spokesman said in a televised statement that the group had targeted 2 Saudi oil tankers with ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. The London Stock Exchange Group data indicates that both ships are Saudi-flagged and loaded crude and oil products a few days ago from Yanbu Port, which Saudi Arabia has been using to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. They were continuing to head south toward Bab al-Mandab, which I just learned, and I think I knew this, but it's good to go over the statistics. I've just been bombarded with all these statistics and information, my head's spinning, and sometimes you forget things, but just to reiterate, 60% of the world's commerce goes through the Bab al-Mandab Strait onward to the Suez Canal, and then further west to the Mediterranean and to Europe and into the West at large. So that's a big deal that this is potentially being blockaded. I mean, do we know I'm confused. Like, is the Bab al-Mandab Strait blockaded by the Yemenis right now? Or are they merely threatening this? Because that is a very huge development. That's way more impactful to the global economy than the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, in fact. And that's not just, because the strait, I think, has mainly to do with energy. I mean, it's also a lot of fertilizer and other stuff, but mainly has to do with energy consumption, the flow of oil, whereas the Bab al-Mandab actually has way more commerce than it's not just restricted to oil. Yeah, I'm here on a Wednesday. Why would I not be? I stream Monday through Friday, unless, sometimes my Mossad handler imposes a noise curfew, and what can you do, okay? What can you do about that? But I stream on Wednesdays, you little bitch. That's right, Taco Tuesday, Whiskey Wednesday. Which day is for your mom? That's every day. Every day of the week. So they were continuing to head south toward Bab al-Mandab, a narrow choke point between Yemen and Djibouti. I asked you a question, class. You still have not answered my question. I said, is the Bab al-Mandab Strait closed or not? You have yet to reply to me. I need answers. Yes, I know. I didn't stream last Friday. I'm sorry. It's nice that you were sad about that. I mean, it's not nice. I don't want you to be sad. I don't want you to be disappointed. But it's nice to know that you thought about me. It's nice to know that you missed me just a little bit. Just a teensy weensy. It is closed. Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, was that so tough? Was that so hard? I can assure you your mom is definitely not closed. Okay, don't say that. She is spread eagle. All right. All times. All right, so the Baba Ganoush is closed. Okay. I see. Curb the sass. You got it, Gabe. You got it, Gabe. You fucking buzzkill. Fuck you, Gabe. Just a little bit. Trying to tone. Am I too much for you, Gabe? Is that what this is? You can't handle me? Can't handle my aura? Gabe's a fucking tone cop. I just learned about that. I just learned about Gabe being a tone cop in my own stream. Okay, moving on, Gabe. If you were paying attention, we're halfway through this Wall Street Journal article. I hope you're taking notes, Gabe. Because if not, your ass is going to be out on the street toot sweet, okay? The preparations come despite concerns in Washington about America's end game and the mounting cost of the war, which has reached more than $37 billion. I think that's a gross underestimate, but I'll leave you to be the judge of that. According to congressional testimony this week from, of course, Pete Kegsbreath is telling us that it's $37 billion. So it's more like, I mean, what is the actual cost of the war? Did we not hear at the very beginning of the war that, like, in the first month it was costing something upwards of $2 billion a day? I don't know if it's still $2 billion a day, but I'm pretty sure that figure was bandied about for every day. It's like, there's $2 billion, cool $2 bill being expended, lit on fire in the Middle East, literally lit on fire. Yeah, they missed a few zeros maybe. $1 million. So none of you guys believe the 37 billion, right? I mean, it's been like 140 plus days of war. 2 times 104. I mean, I think maybe you're right. Maybe they really were missing a zero. It's like more like closer to 400 billion, maybe. I think it's just probably, in addition to all the weapons that we've been just, you know, all the money we've been exploding into thin air, but also just the deployments, the maintenance costs of all these ships and fighter jets, et cetera, and beyond. The personnel. Got to be more than 37 billion. We have $37 trillion worth of debt in the United States. And it's the debt ceiling is exponentially rising. It's just crazy. And we owe that to fucking, sorry to curse. We owe that to financial parasites. We owe that to our own people, you know, our own citizens. It's like, it's wild. But that's class war for you. A special coterie of our own citizens, let's just say that. He who clips the coin swings the chicken. That's right. That's an old Israeli proverb. He who clips the coin swings the chicken, and also, what's the other one? Heavy is the tiny hat that swings the chicken. Lots of proverbs that I've learned about over the years. Also, if I don't steal it, somebody else gonna steal it. That's another Israeli proverb. Also, another Israeli proverb is, murder is wrong, however, there is a loophole. All right, returning to all-out war also risks further draining U.S. munitions and exacerbating disruptions to global oil supplies, as Iran continues to attack commercial ships transiting the Strait, and as the Iran-backed Houthis threaten shipping in the Red Sea. On Wednesday, that would be today, the GOP-controlled House, this is a big deal. I mean, I've seen a lot about this. They voted 216 to 214 to pass a $95 billion budget framework that includes an extra $73 billion in military and intelligence funding, a first step in approving money sought by the White House. I think also, I'm not sure if it was the same vote. I thought it was. I thought that's where that sentence was going. But they did pass the NDAA, the infamous, vile NDAA policy decision to basically integrate the IDF with U.S. military intelligence and technology. So that did pass. Another traitorous legislation that has gone through Congress because we are co-opted by Zionists. We're co-opted. We're captured. The Zionist capture of our government continues. Some Republicans have aired concerns that voting for additional funds would be interpreted as approval from Congress for the war itself. Yeah, you think? Remember that Congress was only butthurt that Trump didn't ask first. It's just proper decorum. You got to ask Congress to go to war, and then they'll say yes. Or you could just go to war not asking Congress, and they can complain a little bit and then, cash their checks. Because war is bipartisan. Others have sought more information on the war's costs and the Pentagon's strategy on how to bring the fighting to an end. I want to pay the troops. I do not want to support the war, said Brian Fitzpatrick, who voted for the measure. The House also approved, here it is, 216 to 212, its version of the National Defense Authorization Act annual policy bill with little support from Democrats who say Trump has illegally bypassed Congress in waging the Iran war. The NDAA typically draws broad bipartisan support. Trump and Hegseth have defended the war, now in its 5th month. As necessary to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, Trump on Wednesday threatened to bomb a bridge or power plant each time Tehran attacks a vessel traveling through the strategic waterway. This is all going on the test, hot dog. You better be writing in your little hot dog notebook, all right? But no, it's not open book. Hot dogs are on an open bun, but the test is not open book for this open bunned hot dog. Okay, so he's threatening, he's looming, he's lurking, he's brooding, he's coping, he's seething. That's our President, our beautiful President Trump, flying by the seat of his pants, given and prone to tantrums like a child. No strategy, just all spectacle and attention. Current and former military officials caution it isn't lawful to strike an adversary's infrastructure for political purpose. Yeah, what do they call that, Wall Street Journal? Oh, that's right, terrorism. Gosh. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said in a social media post that any aggression against Iran, including our infrastructure, a fun word to say, infrastructure. If you want to see Danny Danon have a stroke, ask him to say that word. He will spontaneously combust. His brain will explode. All right. Will compel a powerful and decisive response. Any aggression against Iran, well, they've been saying that. That's nothing new. The U.S. in recent days has deployed cargo flights from U.S. bases that house Special Operations Forces to the Middle East. The officials said Special Operations Forces were used for combat search and rescue operations during the first phase of the war, known as Epic Farty. They are capable of carrying out a range of missions. Long-range bombers are also preparing for major combat operations, according to some of the officials. That includes B-1 bombers currently staged in the UK. The military also sent aerial tankers, F-16 fighter jets from Spangdahlem Air Base in Germany. Thank you, Valentine, you beautiful bitch. And say hello to your dog there. What is his name? Sparky? He looks like his name is Sparky. Thank you, Valentine. Will you be my Valentine? Thanks, brother. You are a comrade of mine. So that includes B-1 bombers currently staged in the UK. The military also sent aerial tankers, F-16 jets, F-35s. The Journal previously reported Jordan and Israel are widely seen as the likely hosts for these aircraft. Trump has ramped up his rhetoric against Iran, threatening to punish the country for the deaths of Americans, which Jordan took credit for. Jordan fell on the sword on behalf of the President, and saying on Tuesday that he might order an assault on Pickaxe Mountain. Everybody's talking about Pickaxe Mountain. Apparently there's some nuclear facility buried in Pickaxe Mountain. Which is far different from the missile that was assaulting Hatchet Wound Mountain. where Iran is suspected to have buried nuclear enrichment centrifuges. Allegedly, the president has many options available to him if they continue to insist on not being cooperative. Secretary of State Marco Rube told reporters at a summit in Manila. Despite a tenuous ceasefire since April, the human toll of the conflict is rising. Overall, 18 U.S. troops have been killed, likely much higher than that, during the conflict from enemy fire and accidents, while hundreds more have been wounded. Iran has also fired on commercial ships in the strait, through which 1/5 of the world's oil passed before the war. So think about that 1/5. That's 20%. All right, I did my math. It checks out. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. I had some math. No, it's okay. It's all right. It's good. 20% of the world's oil supply flows through the strait. And if we can hearken back, because we want to get better at recalling information, how much did we say passed through the Bab al-Mandab Strait of the entire world's commerce? Give me a percentage. Were you paying attention earlier? Again, the question is, how much of the world's commerce in percentage, your answer must be in percentage points, passes through the Bab al-Mandab Strait? Okay, we got Hunter Biden with the correct answer. Russian Wilson, you have been paying attention. Very good. Diogenesis with the 18%. Get out of here. You're banned. I don't want to see your face anymore, okay? Dick Jones, 20%. Go fuck yourself, Dick. God damn it, Dick. Warren, 55%. You were so close and yet so far. Gabe, you got 127%. You're an idiot, all right? You don't understand how math works, and it's really not that complicated. 6 million% methinks. Are you kidding me? Are you Jewish? What's wrong with you? 40%? How about 40%? Because that's what I hear from you right now. Nothing but hot air. Smells like ass. And that's what you contribute. So think about that. Reflect. Reflect on that, okay? Most of you failed the test. There was a very select few that actually got the right answer, which means most of you don't even pay attention to me. So what am I doing this for? You have failed me as your teacher. It's your fault. You get it? My teaching skills are excellent, par excellence. And yet, I can't help you if you don't pay attention. All right? Do I need a bell? Ding, 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 to center you, make you more present in the moment? I'll do it. I've already told your mother, your son is not going to fail my class this semester, okay? She's already put in so much work to make sure that you pass, because it's important that you get a job, and you can't get a job if you don't pass this class, all right? She desperately needs you to move out of her basement, all right? I don't know what to tell you. You're 37 years old, still living in your mom's basement, and it's because you don't pay attention, son. Now, your mother's already put down the down payment for your success in this class, and I am going to make sure that she collects on that interest. All right? So, let's strap in, let's strap on, let's lock it in, let's dial it in, let's whatever you got to do, clock it, drop, lock, and cock it, whatever it is. Because it's time to clap those cheeks. It's funny until you realize, Thugbone. Until you realize, whoa, why is he attacking me? How did he speak to the core of me so psychologically? He got at who I am as a person. He fucked with my mind and soul. Anyway, let's take a look at this photo of dead American soldiers. This is the news. Here it is, the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers killed in the Iran war at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. I'm surprised there's still people in Delaware. I thought it was just corporations. Did you know that there are more LLCs in Delaware than there are people? It's not even close. There's like, I don't know how many X's. I don't know how many times over the number is, but it's a lot. And they, it's a little corporate tax haven. But that's another story for another time, okay? So the Iranian regime has shown no signs of backing down. Dick, I don't want to hear your fucking excuses, but I will take your money, all right? I will definitely gladly take your money. It's the least that you can do, okay? You failed the quiz. You don't get the sticker. You don't get the cookie, all right? But I will take your $10 and I will forgive you. And that's just man to man, dick to dick. Dickhead to Dick Jones. Your cat ate your notes. Like, who gives a shit? Cats don't eat notes. Come up with a better lie. You were late and it's go fuck yourself. Oh, that's who you are. Okay. So he's Dick Jones on YouTube. We got competition. We got Tom Jones. We got Dick Jones. And we got Obi-Wan69 putting in the work. I've been sniffing your mother's taint, okay, Demu? Now shut up. All right. Sorry for yelling. I'm sorry. I feel so much. I feel too much. I want too many things. I have high expectations for you. So in recent weeks, we're going to finish, I swear to God, we're going to finish this article, but the U.S. military has primarily focused its attacks on targets that degrade Iran's ability to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest American strikes included attacks on Iranian military operations centers, maritime capabilities, aircraft hangars, drone storage facilities, and military logistics infrastructure. According to CENTCOM, the U.S. has also targeted bridges, blah, blah, blah. The Iran, which spent the ceasefire reconstituting its weapons program that the U.S. and Israel tried to destroy in the early days of the war, has unleashed its arsenal of weapons against American troops and infrastructure, there's that word again, across the Middle East. The additional forces arrive in the Middle East and Europe as the U.S. already has tens of thousands of troops in the region. The U.S. Navy currently has 17 ships in the Middle East, including 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, along with their 11 combined destroyers and a Marine Corps expeditionary unit. Every time that the Trump administration has plussed up military, they've used it, said Dana Stroll, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East during the Biden administration. The conundrum of the moment is that there's just no military solution here with this regime intact. You cannot eliminate every missile and every drone, and limited air power and sea power alone are insufficient to change the regime's fundamental approach. Now, that quote brings to my mind something that we learned yesterday. If you were paying attention, if you are committed to this stream, pop quiz, hot shot. What is the situation in chess where you are compelled to move, but every move that you make and every breath that you take only makes your situation worse? Does anybody remember what that funny little word was? Because here, what we're going to find out is how many of you are actually returning to the stream. That's right, Zugzwang. Thank you. A lot of you are trolling me, and I understand that, saying wigwam and vuvuzela, because you think you're oh so cute. That's not cute, okay? You know what's cute? Intelligence, thoughtfulness, sincerity, integrity. That's cute. That's cute as fuck. But yes, the answer is Zugzwang, which, sounds Chinese. I don't know if that's racist for me to say, but apparently it's a German term. Okay, anyway, there's the Wall Street Journal article. We went through it. You are now more enlightened, more informed. You thank me for my services. And now let's get a palate cleanser. Have you ever wondered what would Nirvana sound like if they were Jewish? Well, now you can find out. Holy shit. This is, in this song, it's like they're performing Zugzwang. As they continue on, everything that they do, it just sounds worse and worse. Just stop. Just stop with it. Oh my goodness. There's the Vine boom. It's like they're holocausting my ears. My ears are kvetching. My ears need a doctor and a lawyer so I can sue their ass. What's the Jewish Kurt Cobain name? What's the lead singer's name? Kurt Cobainberg. Kurt Cobainheimer. Chaim Kobenstein. Kurt Cohen. Kirkberg Cobainstein. Did you listen? Like, the drummer needs to get his shit together. You can tell that he's the weakest. I don't know. They're all pretty bad. But he can't even do the time. Listen to his little drop in here. Or don't, because I know you don't want to. Watch how he comes in. Okay, wait, not there. 3, 4. Oh, a little late there, bucko. He was late as fuck. He was thinking about his bagel. How he never got to finish it. Guy was slacking. Anyway, Buddy Head sent me that, and I really wished that he hadn't. And because my misery must become your misery, I had to force you to listen to that. Here's James Lee.
216 members of Congress just committed treason by voting to integrate the U.S. military with Israel. Were 6 Democrats who voted yes. They are Cuellar, Davis, Golden, Gonzalez, Gray, Glausenkamp, Perez. Not shocking that they are also some of the biggest recipients of pro-Israel money. And almost every Republican voted for the bill except, of course, Thomas Massie, along with Breachin, Burchett, Crane, Hagman, Luna, and Roy. Shame on these people. They absolutely have blood on their hands, as we just had 2 more American soldiers killed this week fighting a war on behalf of Israel. And they are 25-year-old Tyler James Feehan and 19-year-old Isabella Gonzalez. In case you didn't know what the punishment for treason is, DJT will tell you it's the death penalty. So what's next is that the bill will now move to the Senate, where it will need 60 votes for the motion to proceed. Right now, there are 53 Republicans and 47 Democrats, so 7 of them will need to flip. And based on my best guess, this is probably the list of Democrats who are likely to betray America. Pause to read. So yeah, give them hell. 216
So just think
members
about
of Congress.
that. 216 members of Congress voted to integrate the IDF with the Pentagon. And one of those representatives is seen in this clip.
Do you think that it's appropriate for the Smithsonian Institution to sell Latina power paraphernalia? Hats,
Latina power paraphernalia?
mugs, other things that say Latina power?
I believe that the merchandise our store sells
I'm asking you if it's appropriate.
Tries to reflect the richness of the communities.
So your testimony is that it is appropriate?
He's gonna cry.
Those are your words, sir.
I'm asking you, is it appropriate to sell Latina Power paraphernalia? It's a yes or no question.
I don't have control over what is.
I'm asking you if it's appropriate. I didn't ask you if you have control over it. Is
But
it
is it
appropriate?
appropriate?
Yes or no?
I mean, yeah, it's appropriate. Go fuck yourself.
Again, we strive to represent all Americans and
He's
include
trying to
Is it
be
in our
appropriate?
diplomatic.
Yes or no?
We strive to represent all Americans in our museums, including in our merchandise.
Is that right? My time's up.
Absolutely diabolical. We have a U.S. sitting representative that's gonna sit up there and act like he knows what's appropriate. He's gonna waste his time, energy, and resources on what the Smithsonian is selling, pink Latina hats and mugs, as if it's Latina crack pipes.
Yes,
This guy doesn't know what's appropriate. He thinks
Paraphernalia, he said. I'm like, what is it, crack?
it's all fine and dandy to send weapons and support to Israel. Don't
Yes.
listen to these people.
Do you think that
You took the words right out of my mouth. Exactly correct. Comrade Batty always comes correct and based. But, you know, he's wasting taxpayer money, holding hearings, bringing forth the director for the Smithsonian Institute, some museum, and say, well, I was in your gift shop earlier and I saw that you had some Latina Power pink hats. You think that's appropriate? When obviously the glaring contradiction here, the glaring hypocrisy is this guy thinks it's appropriate to commit treason on behalf of Israel and send our money and our weapons to a country that's committing a genocide internationally recognized as an apartheid state. He thinks that's very appropriate. I'm just going to play you one more random thing here because I saw this and it blew my mind. It says, I like space videos. Things that make you go, wow. So it says you're 400 million times closer in size to the observable universe, which is like trillions of light years wide, than you are to the Planck length, which I don't even know really what that is. I guess it's the smallest possible measurement. So the Planck length is so unbelievably small that it sits at the edge of what our current understanding of physics can describe. It's sort of like my penis then, because it's... Okay, I'm sorry. That was stupid. In fact, you're about 400 million times closer in size to the observable universe than you are to the Planck length. The smallest meaningful scale in nature is far more distant from us than the largest thing that we can observe. Does that make sense? Now, if your mind is not blown by that, and I can understand, oh, what's the big idea? Take a look at this video. Look at this zooming in. We're going from like the universe and solar systems and galaxies, all this space we're going through, and we're trying to get to the Planck length. Look at that. Now we're at Earth. Now we're at the moon. Now we're on Earth. There was the skyscrapers. Now we're at ants. Look how deep this shit goes. Look how deep that rabbit hole goes. It's so infinitesimally small. It's like the inner world is so much larger, or paradoxically, like there's more to it in the inner world than there is to the outer world. That's crazy, man. There's so much that we don't know, you know? Okay. All right, let's go to the Discord. I really don't have many posts to show you on Twitter, but I figure let's draw some inspiration from you, our trusted chatters. Oh, okay. All right, Obi-Wan, fine. That's cool, dude. Whatever. Something to write home about, right? Your dick is larger than 1 plank length. So you got that going for you, which is pretty nice, I have to say. Despite being Australian, you got that. And nobody can take that away from you, except if maybe the Jews want to do a little snip. But you're way too old for that, you know? So actually, that they wouldn't be interested in you. Native Americans are dancing in the streets. Whoa, now that's another, you just blew my mind after I was blown away by that video. Now you're telling me that there are plank seconds. Imagine living like a few plank seconds. That's your entire lifespan. But like to you, it's like it's really slow. Awesome, Martin. It's a safe bet. If that was a bet on Polymarket, I'd be all in. Oh no, don't do that. No, don't do it. Oh my goodness, this is anti-Semitic. This really is bad, guys. This is very... Oh no. It's anti-American and anti-Semitic. This is garbage. We do not condone the burning of any flags. And they're skateboarding over it? Sorry, I'm just gonna need a moment here because I feel incredibly disrespected. Why would they do that? You know? Like they hate our freedom. Primitives. That's all I gotta say. There you go. There's the U.S. House voting 216, 212 passing that one. There it is. Happening right before our very eyes. Great job.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212. The bill is passed.
All right, and all the dinosaurs
Without
clap.
objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Justice is served. The vote is 216 to 212. The Jews have it. Once again, the Jews.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 212.
The yeas are 216, the nays are anti-Semitic. The last thing your mom sees.
We are reporting tonight that the U.S. has entered the war with Iran. The U.S. has attacked 3 key nuclear sites in Iran. I want to bring in our White House correspondent to speak to the significance of this.
Yeah, baby.
Deepa Shivaram is
Thank you,
covering
Muter.
this. We just heard from the president. He was addressing the nation moments ago.
Yes, I see this happening a lot, Speed Wolf. Over time, people are reporting that there are fake Discord profiles posing like they're me. So yeah, I'm not gonna friend your ass on Discord, okay? I'm not. I don't get down that way. So I don't. If you get a weird request, that's not me.
From the White House.
Just look at when I think my Discord was created like many years ago, and if it says 2026 or 2025 or 2024, like. Or even 2023, probably not real. I only love you performatively. No, Lumbee, that's not what this is, okay? We got to have boundaries, son. All right? We got to have boundaries. I give, and I give. But I'm not, like, on the Discord like that. You know what I'm saying? I do check it. I'd mainly check what you guys are sharing here. But I'm not, talking to people on Discord. I don't even if I know you, I probably it's like, what's the point? I don't use it for that. Okay, Obsidian Sork says, no music, no guns, 5 minutes. Bill Burr clips on Donald Trump deporting migrants.
And then sadly, I saw these clips of ICE going in and just ripping these people out of their homes, and mothers and grandmothers and children screaming, no warrant. If fellow U.S. citizens are like, what are you doing? They like intimidate them, fucking arrest them and shit. This is like Gestapo type of stuff. And it just blows my mind that there's a certain ugly segment of the American population that's enjoying watching these families getting ripped out of their homes. And
it's very spiritually Israeli, right? I mean, it's like the same shit as watching Israelis cheer on Palestinians being violently evicted from their homes in the West Bank. They're so sadistic and gleeful about it. And what are we doing here in America? We're ripping people from their homes, claiming they're illegal immigrants.
You somehow think that America is going to be better if this is done. Like, so what? So
it's all performative, I mean, these are such inconsequential people in our society. It's just to appeal to the racist MAGA base. Hey, look, we're going after the brownies. We're doing good work. Nothing's meaningfully changing about, the socioeconomic conditions of the working class poor, the same people that are in the MAGA, the base of the Republican Party. Your problem isn't other poor people, dildos. And if you're really butthurt about people immigrating to the United States, let's stop bombing their countries in the first place. Let's address the root cause. Yeah, I don't want people flooding into the country illegally. No, and nobody wants that, in whatever country you're from. But think a little bit about what the root cause of that migration, those caravans that come up from Latin America, think about what that, what that implies, what drives these people to flee their home countries, places that they've lived in, their families have lived in for centuries. But even in that case, I mean, I'm not an expert on immigration trends, but from what I've heard and what I've read, like, most immigrants are from Asia. They're from China. But yeah, poor people are not your problem. The only minority that you should blame is the 1%. The economy is pivotal, crucial. It's all about the economy. Everything goes back to how the economy is organized and who it's organized for. And that's called class consciousness.
They took those people out. They're taking these brown people out that are living week to week. And somehow you feel like if they get them out of the country, your boss who's not paying you a living wage will suddenly start paying you a living wage. What would be a great thing is everybody read up on the history of these fucking assholes that have run these companies. They have not wanted to pay Americans a living wage.
Yeah, immigrants are not taking your gerbs. Corporate executives are outsourcing your gerbs to low-wage countries so they can profit more.
Ever. They've never wanted to pay us a living wage. And the only reason why they do is because there's laws. And the only reason why there is laws is because
communists.
People died during protests to start unions. And these fucking psycho...
Literally, the minimum wage in America was... the only reason that it politically became feasible was because of communists.
Those that run these companies didn't want to pay a living wage, and eventually they took their factories out of the country so they could go back to not paying a living wage in the form of sweatshop labor. And now they're eventually working their way towards this. The same billionaires that didn't want to pay in the 1800s, way back to the feudal system, they've never wanted to pay you. They don't want to fucking pay you, and they just keep blaming
They want to charge you interest and strap you down with debt.
People that don't look like you, that don't have any money or any sort of control over your life, and my people keep believing it.
Yeah, right.
It's unfucking believable.
Yeah.
Immigrants are not the reason why you can't make your rent. You can't make your rent because the guy that fucking employs you is not paying you enough money. He's not keeping up, or she's not keeping up with the rate of inflation. The sad fucking thing is there's enough money, there's enough food, there's enough shelter for everybody. But these super rich want too much for themselves. And they're heartless. They don't give a fuck. And when you start to tell them, hey, you're not paying us enough money, they go, oh, look at those fucking brown people over there.
Bill Burr is not as funny as maybe other comedians, but he is politically accurate. And I like that his commentary is political. Because this is what needs to be said.
We could just get them to stop jumping over a wall or get them out of their houses. If we could tear apart their families without a warrant, then I would somehow magically start paying you enough money where you could live comfortably and have health insurance. Unreal. And I got to tell you, these fucking people that are just watching this stuff, and you don't think that eventually, if you just co-sign on an agency being able to do that, just barge into somebody's fucking house like that, just start lining people up, asking questions, no warrants, just total intimidation, right? If you're signing off on that,
I love the shot of Asmongold as he talking about dumb Americans.
To understand, do you really think that that's just going to stop there? Let's say they got all the illegal immigrants out of this country. That work still has to be done. So now who's doing that work? And what is the rich guy doing? Do you think he's going to pay American citizen wages? Is he going to let one nickel roll out of his pocket? Has that been your experience watching these super rich people? Just out of curiosity. It's tragic. This is just a really mean, ugly, I can't even say period, I guess exposure, that it's just brought all of these super fucking overtly racist nationalist psychos to the forefront. It's even happening in like stand-up comedy. It's like, it's fucking wild. You know, I don't understand. Who knew that there was this many fucking people out there that felt oppressed if they couldn't be this fucking hateful? Anyway, but that doesn't mean you can't be a good person. You can combat all of this shit. And I don't know. I feel like some leaders are going to emerge. But like, this is what happens with extreme behavior. If you look, where was the left like 5 years ago? When they were doing the theys, and those, and if you didn't use the right pronouns, all of a sudden your fucking career was in jeopardy. They went insane to the left. We leaned so fucking far to the left. So now this has
I wouldn't even classify that as the left
to happen.
Necessarily. I think the left is public ownership of the means of production.
It went so far left towards the end of the last decade that these psychos on the right think they're in the middle and that they're rational and that they're not the right, the conservative, whatever you want to call it, the right-wing version of what they dealt with from the left, you know, in the late 2000 teens. It's insane.
Okay, moving on. Never going to happen. Destroying things and people is the core of their identity. It says here, quoting Amelia Remigration, if the Jewish people don't want to be hated, then they should stop doing things that make people hate them.
The thing that makes Judaism dangerous to everybody, to every race, to every nation, to every idea, is that we smash things that aren't true. We don't believe in the boundaries of nation state. We don't believe in the ideas of these individual gods that protect individual groups of people. These are all
we don't believe in international law. This is why we're better. Nation states Geographical boundaries? Political boundaries? No, we violate everywhere. We go wherever we want to, and the hand-rubbing intensifies.
Official constructions, and Judaism really teaches us how to see that. In a sense, our detractors have us right, in that we are a corrosive force. We're breaking down the false gods of all nations and all people because they're not real. And that's very upsetting to people.
And we're killing a lot of people along the way because they're not really human, says the tiny-hatted man. Holy shit. I mean, they say it out loud, and even with, like, the Jewish mental gymnastics, this logic that they employ, where they just subvert the meaning. Yes, we're corrosive, but we're doing it because we love you. Sounds like a toxic dad. You know, it's called hard love, son. Yes, I beat you up, but it's because I'm trying to make you tough. But anyway, that's why we do it. We're trying to break down the false gods, and if you don't like that, then let me call my lawyer. I'm gonna sue your ass. What's that? Pop quiz, hotshot. What's that word that they use to deride pejoratively people? It could be Jews or non-Jews that don't try to cut corners. They don't try to cheat. They try to play the game authentically. They wait in line, you know? They don't behave like arrogant assholes when they go tour other countries. What's that called? They have a word for that. They like make fun of people that actually try to play by the rules. It's like the same theme as what this guy is expressing here. Like, we don't need to play by your rules. We are corrosive. We're trying to teach you. This is the way. Anoint us. Bow at our feet. Yes, that is the word. Thank you, JRB Friar. Yeah. It's not, they pronounce it differently. It's not like Friar Tuck. It's like there's an R in there, but I noticed whenever they said it, it was more like fire. I don't know. Fuck them. Who cares? Fuck their whole language. Not real. They're everything that they project. Who gives a shit? When they started singing, like, I remember the first few days after October 7th, I was like learning about this Jewish experiment named Israel and the nationalism of Israelis. And they just kept saying, I'm Yisrael Kai. I'm Yisrael Kai. I'm Yisrael Kai. And they say it like all snooty like that, like a bitch. I was like, what? Am Yisrael Chai? You like, it's like, it made me think of like the liberal. My chai latte. I'm Yisrael Chai. Chai lattes, please. With oat milk. Or else it'll upset my stomach and I'll have to call my lawyer. But no, it meant the people of Israel live. Am Yisrael Chai. That's what that means. I mean, imagine being so inferior, or feeling so inferior, so insecure about your identity, your nationalism, who you are as a person, that you have to keep telling people, we live. I exist. We know, Dingleberry. Maybe you should try on a different hat that's not so tiny. Put on a different hat in life. I mean that metaphorically. It doesn't always have to be a tiny hat. You are many things, not just your religion. In fact, religion is like a very insignificant identifier in the grand scheme of things in society. In the life of modern society, nobody really cares what religion you follow. We've graduated to secularism. We recognize that despite what people's religious beliefs are, They all are human, and they all deserve human dignity, no matter what religion. We're born on this earth. We exist whether or not we think about an idea or not. If you can have ideas and you cannot have ideas, but you're still a human being. You still need food, water, and housing. So obviously there's some things that are outside of ideas which we can claim as our identity. But, you know, that whole supremacist ideology is just a useful political tool to mask the real motivation, which is self-enrichment. More. It always represents more. Nobody subscribes to an ideology. Nobody subscribes to an ideology that promotes having lesser things, making life more precarious for yourself, making yourself more insecure. No, you tend to gravitate toward ideologies which you think are beneficial to the prospects of your future. Why would not you? That's insane to think otherwise. So I think that's true in the case of Jewish supremacy. It's whether or not they believe in it or not. I mean, whether or not they know it, whether or not they're cognizant. Maybe there are a lot of hardline religious extremists who just are so, I'm sure there are. I've seen them. But that's not really their motivation. Their motivation is they're going to have more in the material world. So it's convenient to think, well, I'm just better than them because of religious reasons. Obviously, God said this in a miracle book that I wrote 3,000 years ago. So therefore, in my convenient narrative for myself, I have anointed myself God amongst people, and you are all my servants. I didn't do it. I guess we're just chosen. That was God. Thanks, God. In order for some people to be chosen, a fuck ton of people have to be unchosen. In order for somebody to be a billionaire, a fuck ton of people need to be impoverished. Here's another video about the House passing that vote to merge the IDF with the Pentagon.
You might have seen news recently that the United States is ending military aid to Israel in an effort backed by both Republicans.
That's true. I just have to say, you bring up a good point. For most of the Jewish history, they've actually been unchosen. For eons, they've been wandering the desert, searching for a light at the end of the tunnel, somebody to let them in so they can conduct their usury and arson in peace. Please. I don't know why that's so hard for people to accept. But lots of bad shit has happened to them, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's the case. Apparently, allegedly, ostensibly, they got kicked out of 109 countries. And they own that, you know? They're like, we took those 109 L's, but here's why. The problem was all of them. We were totally acting above board. We're just Jews being Jews, and we were victimized 109 times. Like the Ferris Bueller scene. 9 times? 109 times. 109 times? But yeah. They didn't want to assimilate. You heard from the dude we just listened to. He's like, yeah, we're corrosive. It's like, yeah, we go into these countries, but we don't want to actually assimilate with their societies. We don't want to, because we don't have a country of our own, but we're clearly better than all of other national identities. And so we're trying to show you that you're worshiping the wrong God. You should be worshiping us. To hell with this idea of nationalism and international laws. So they can't assimilate, they become corrosive, but that's a good thing, according to them.
And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu himself. That might sound like the US pulling back from its relationship with Israel, but it's not. This is a smokescreen. Take a look at this national defense bill that Congress is trying to use to actually push the United States military and Israel closer together than ever before. Just 5 pages buried in this 500-page defense bill is a section titled United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. It talks about facilitating transition of technologies, establishing frameworks, promoting joint training.
And for those that are uninitiated about this story, it was quite literally written by Netanyahu and then forwarded to a congressman. It was written by his office. It was relayed to a congressman who then, implemented the bill.
What does this all actually mean? If you strip away the jargon, this bill integrates Israel into the United States military permanently. It creates a new position at the Pentagon, and this person's sole job will be to find ways to integrate Israeli tech into the US military, to fund new research for new technology for both militaries, and to ensure that both countries are buying new tech and new weapons together. This is a huge change, and it's an important one. See, previously, the United States had a memorandum of understanding with Israel. The current MOU was passed under President Obama, and it was signed in 2016. It runs through 2028, and it guarantees $3.3 billion per year for Israel to be used on American weapons free of charge. Last year, it was reported that Israel was seeking a 20-year MOU when the current MOU
They're just a United States military base with a Starbucks.
expires in 2028. So that would mean 20 years of guaranteed locked-in support across administrations without negotiation. Sounds like a pretty good deal for Israel. Just one problem: this idea is deeply unpopular. 60% of US adults have an unfavorable view of Israel. 80% of Democrats. Members of Congress know this. They still want to give support to Israel to appease their donors, but they don't want to be seen doing this unpopular thing publicly. So this bill takes a new approach. No 20-year agreement anymore. Instead of negotiating an agreement and giving foreign aid to Israel every year that will upset their voters, just bring the Israeli military further into the fold. Make the US reliant on Israeli defense companies. Make Israel do the same. Train together. Research together. Fuse the two militaries to such a degree that future administrations will find it nearly...
See, it's like the ruling class is adapting their tactics. They can't be so open about it. So let's pass this new legislation to just make the connection, the integration even more inseparable. And they'll figure out a workaround. Remember, the Jews love legal loopholes.
Impossible to
They excel at that.
Undo, no matter how much public opinion shifts. And pretend that you're doing the opposite, that you're pushing the two countries further apart. Netanyahu said himself in a letter to pro-Israeli Congressman Marlin Stutzman that this is the direction he always wanted to move, from Israel as an aid recipient to a full partner, with more influence and more input, not less. This hasn't passed a House vote yet and is still being debated, but supporters of Section 224 know what they're doing here, and they're trying to trick you.
It's another trick. We love Katie Halper.
Back then, when the revolution in Iran happened in 1979, February the 11th, there was no Hamas, there was no Palestinian Islamic Jihad, there was no Hezbollah, but there was a Palestinian people who were being subjugated, who had been expelled from their homes, who were living in a concentration camp called Gaza. and who were, for the most part, living as refugees in the West Bank, among other Palestinians, in Jordan, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Egypt, and again, there was no such thing as Hamas or Islamic Jihad or Hezbollah or anything like that. But the Iranians, the revolutionaries, had a very, very sympathetic view towards the Palestinian people and the people in apartheid South Africa, and that continues until today. And I think that the genocide in Gaza, the ongoing genocide, it's not over. Every day they're murdering people and children. That has only intensified Iranian sympathy and support for the Palestinians.
Holy shit, I just got to celebrate, guys. I just got an email from Facebook. They sent me my money. Facebook sent me money. Can you believe it? This is great news. I got $9.21. Yes.
Palestinian cause. The war, I think, has had not just regional ramifications, I think has had global ramifications, because
I almost can afford a coffee in this economy. You got like $5? Wow. That's awesome. I do have a Facebook page. I'm trying to reach the boomers, all right? I want them just before they die to know their entire life was worthless, completely meaningless. Everything they fought for, just one big scam, one big lie. They're despicable. I'm trying to get it in their heads. And then we say goodbye. All right. Here, we'll take over now. Thanks so much. So yeah, I do have a Facebook page. You know, we should probably, you want to take a look at it? Look at this. I got it right here. Look at this. This is my page. Obviously, a lot of people have very strong opinions about what I do. And I like to, give voice to them. Let them know that I hear them, I see them, their voices are heard. So I made this as my my banner picture. Somebody wrote me a rave review. People write me reviews on Facebook. It's like I'm a business or something, like I care, but let's see. I do care. Okay? Let's see what let's read some reviews. This guy says, I find him with a wonderful gift of information and a common commitment to the greater good of people. I believe his questions of what is overall right, spot on. Thanks. That's nice, Chris. Look at this. Alex Gershkovich got an Israeli flag in his profile picture. He says, retarded attention seeker. That's really nice. Who the fuck wants to watch this cringe lord? Just another hack selling his soul. These are all true. Yep. Just over here, just quietly selling my soul. Not to make this about me, but
the United States lost the war. And no matter how one looks at it, it wasn't just that Iran survived the war. It was that Iran, till the very last moment of fighting, was firing back and striking U.S. bases, striking Israeli bases, Israeli regime assets, and the assets of those countries that were hosting U.S. bases and collaborating with the United States. So much so that even neocons in the United States and major enemies of Iran call this a defeat for the United States. And the godfather of the neocons said that this was the greatest defeat that the United States had ever experienced militarily. Kagan, right. Robert Kagan.
Right, yeah. Part husband to Victoria Nuland.
That's right.
That neoliberal bitch. Even he's admitting it.
Who gave cookies to the people launching the coup, Maidan coup in Ukraine.
That's right.
Thank you for that.
See, check this out. This is a striking scene. A young man imitates Trump's gestures from behind the podium during his speech. Take a look. Can y'all see him? This guy in the business suit, just to the left of the president from our viewpoint.
Any time in the history of our country, and Americans are working today more so than ever before. We have more jobs today than we've ever had. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I call it that because, let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard, and they want to make a deal. But I say they're not ready to make a deal. Any time in the history of our country, and Americans are working today more so than ever before. We have more jobs today than we've ever had. This is with this skirmish we have with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I call it that because, let me tell you, they're getting hit so hard, and they want to make a deal. But I say they're not ready to make.
He tries to get back into character after talking with him. He's like doing these weird eye movements. Here's Donald Trump speaking about dead U.S. soldiers.
Some of you are going with us to honor our heroes, and they are indeed great heroes, actually. They said, and all of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
They said it. They said that. They all said that. We have it on record just before they died in an Iranian airstrike. They said, please, Mr. Trump, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And then kaboom!
Don't have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them.
They all wanted this. Yes, they're dead, but they said that they wanted this. So it's their fault a little bit, is what Donald Trump says. Here's Salvo. Remember when he got into it with Rabbi Shmuley? That went viral. Times Square. Pretty funny. He says, everything you need to conquer Hasidic Jew summer. Let's see. How did he do? Ugly black vest. Oh, there you go. You got the hair extensions. Let's see him. I hope he put, there he goes. Yes. Don't forget the yarmulke. Okay, that was very anti-Semitic. I need a shower. Ukrainians begin to fight back against the Zelensky regime. Ukrainians engage in brawls with military recruitment officers who violently kidnap people off the streets to send to the front line. Ukrainians are being forcibly sacrificed for NATO. Meanwhile, the Western left has zero criticisms of this. Let's take a look at the eternally based Nick Cruz delivering the hotspot ammunition that we crave, baby.
The Western corporate media is finally covering the massive backlash against the Zelensky regime for violently kidnapping men off the streets in order to turn them into cannon fodder for NATO. Ukrainians are so fed up with the Zelensky regime kidnapping their family members that they are now forming a resistance and attacking Ukrainian army recruiters. This has become such a big deal that even the BBC is forced to cover this, as Ukrainians are absolutely scared of being kidnapped by the Zelensky regime and dying on the battlefield for NATO. And they have every right to be afraid. Because of this war against Russia that NATO is waging, we have seen a complete population collapse of Ukrainian young men, completely destroying Ukraine and collapsing their population in order to slightly weaken Russia is a sacrifice that NATO is willing to make. NATO is kidnapping young Ukrainian men off the streets against the wishes of their families, leading to violent clashes in the streets in order to sacrifice them to enrich BlackRock and the military-industrial complex. Meanwhile, the left in the United States and in the UK has zero criticisms of this.
Get in the goy box. Remember, just like Lindsey Graham said, they're gonna fight to the last Ukrainian. And now Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham went down with the ship. I mean, you know, he really lived by the sword and he died by the sword. I'm sure they had a good laugh at the Kremlin when he died. All right, you got to follow Nick Cruz, Socialist MMA on Twitter, and also Nick Cruz RBN at YouTube. I saw this this clip. I didn't see it yet, but I recognize this guy. I didn't know his name was Joe Redden, but I do know the older millennial because I would get into dog fights with him about Zionism on TikTok. We go back and forth. He'd stitch my videos and I'd stitch his videos. And we always try to one up each other about Israel and Palestine. He's an ardent Zionist, despicable political views. Probably a despicable human being, but I don't know. Because these are just videos you find online and you just react to them. But James Lee's got the goods for us. He says this dude, Joe Redden, a.k.a. the older millennial, I guess he was recently arrested while urinating all over himself in public. He probably thought he was in Tel Aviv. And the police also found his dog that was severely emaciated with no food or water locked in a crate. Now he does Israel propaganda for a living. So I guess maybe that was a while ago. So he fit right in with like Israeli behavior, right? Public urination. You know, it's a very arrogant thing to do. Of course, it says he urinated all over himself in public, but still. And also that he was mistreating animals. Yeah, so he's a bad guy, yeah. Isn't it funny? I mean, judge me by my enemies. This guy was my enemy, and I didn't even know he still was doing. I'm not on TikTok anymore, so I don't do the stitches and stuff like I used to. That's why I'm here now, because I got banned on TikTok. If I still had my account on TikTok, there wouldn't have been such an impetus for me to try other platforms like YouTube. But I'm glad that I did, because it's sort of it's something I grew out of. I knew that I kind of wanted to do more long form content. So it challenges you in a different way. But anyway, let's take a look at this despicable human being.
Better known online as the older millennial. And this is my first visit to Israel, and I was thankful enough to have a tour guide who knew to took us here to the Friends of Zion Museum. And I have to say, this is an experience that everybody should come and do, especially if you're coming from countries where there might be an argument of the support or whether or not you should. And I mean, in my mind, all good Christians are Zionists and all good people are Zionists, and the way that they put it together here in this museum was amazing with technology.
So if your stomach is upset, if you're nauseating over how Israel is treating children in Palestine and just their overall presence in the Middle East, you just haven't been. You need to go to Tel Aviv and watch this clip in this museum, and then you'll be on board with the Israeli program.
I got to learn a lot about people I didn't even know existed, that the Israeli people really honor as people that came and helped that are not Jews. And
just, you know what, Joe, whatever your fucking name is, just turn around, face the wall, and start kissing it, because that's what you're doing.
If you're going to come to Jerusalem, make sure you stop here.
Sorry, that was in Jerusalem, not Tel Aviv. Just another part of occupied Palestine. Look at this. Nearly half of adults worldwide hold anti-Semitic views. Anti-Semitism has surged, guys, especially among the young, as the Holocaust fades from collective memory. Yet we must never forget. The Holocaust fades from collective memory. Not even a Holocaust can legitimize what the Jays are up to these days. Even as victims of the hologram, that still doesn't carry any social capital in the modern day. And you may wonder why that is. That's because they're committing a Holocaust. So they kind of cancel each other. It's like all that sympathy. Yeah, we don't. Sorry. Not sorry. You canceled it out. Your money's no good here. Your shekels are no good here. Reporter says Americans are firmly against this war. Trump responds and says, well, Americans aren't against the war, in fact. A poll just came out. From the strip club, Trump? What poll are you talking about? Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war. Yes, we are. It's overwhelming. It's something like 37% of Americans favor the war and 77%. I can't do math. Shut up. But, you know, it's overwhelming. We could take a look at these polls, but I don't know what poll he's talking about. It's like, you claimed it. What is the source of this information?
Well, Americans aren't against the war. A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war. That just came out loud and clear in a poll. Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon?
What about Iran, though? What about the nukes? What about ism? Okay. I really want to know. In an interview today, Donald Trump claims that most Americans favor the war in Iran according to a poll. What poll is he referring to? Nobody knows, in fact. And he's just blatantly lying. Doesn't even have to back it up with anything. It says Donald Trump did not specify or name a particular poll, probably because it doesn't exist, when claiming that Americans are not against the war in Iran. He told reporters that a poll just came out showing people dislike high gas prices but do not oppose the military conflict. Independent surveys show the opposite. A Washington Post poll finding that roughly 68, I told you about 70%, 68 to 71% of Americans do not support the war or believe it is worth fighting. This came out 5 hours ago. A Politico poll released Wednesday asked voters whether the war should continue even if it increases costs in the U.S. It found that 50% of voters who backed Trump supported the war even if it increases costs in the U.S. in May, compared to 37%. So, you know, it says that's not most. You know, if that's the poll he was referring to. Nearly 1 in 5 MAGA voters say the U.S. should end the war regardless of the costs. The poll showed 37% of MAGA voters say the war should only continue if it does not increase costs. An 8% increase from May. So the majority of MAGA voters say the war has caused gas prices to rise. 57% of them said that. This is an opinion commonly shared amongst all other voters. Pollsters also found that 20% of Trump voters say gas prices would have risen less under a Democratic president. 35% say gas prices would have risen at the same amount under a Democrat. 34% say gas prices would have increased more with a Democrat in the White House. So again, he's lying to us. A Reuters poll released last month found that only 24% of Americans think the war with Iran was worth tens of billions of dollars to be spent, or the service members who were killed or injured, the military installations and equipment damaged, and the energy crisis caused. So the only thing I can find to substantiate what Trump was saying was that a Politico poll released, I guess today, Wednesday, and it said that, and it asked voters whether the war should continue even if it increases costs in the United States. It found that 50% of voters who backed Trump, there's the operative, who backed Trump, not 50% of Americans, 50% of voters who voted for Trump support the war even if it increases costs. That's just half of Trump's voter base. That's not half of Americans. The question that he was responding to was talking about Americans in general, not MAGA voters. So there's another lie. But even if it was true, even if it was 50% Americans, that's not most Americans. You see, he said, he didn't say your MAGA voter base is half in for this war and half out. He said Americans.
Well, Americans aren't against this war. How do you ask them? Americans are wrongly against this war. When Americans are wrongly against this war, how do you ask them? Well, Americans aren't against the war. A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war.
I'm beginning to think that maybe President Trump doesn't know how to read or even comprehend what he's reading.
Just came out loud and clear in a poll.
Loud and clear.
Nobody.
It's not loud. It's loud and clear that everybody hates this war. Half of your own voters are opposed to the war. You've lost the room, Trump. You've lost the plot. Here's another Nick Cruz clip. Zohran Mamdani breaks his promise to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. He was talking a big game, that Zohran Mamdani, and then he says, he backs away at the very end. He says, yeah, I don't think we can do that. I don't think we have the independent legal jurisdiction to arrest Netanyahu if he steps foot in New York City. Nick Cruz is on it. He says there's an annoying trend of progressive Democrats lying to Palestinians for their votes, knowing full well they won't really challenge Zionist power.
Zohran Mamdani walks back his campaign promise that he made repeatedly.
Yeah, it's like Mossad probably had a chat with him. It's like Vladimir Putin's quote about American politics. Doesn't matter what president, gains the Oval Office. On day one, whatever he says, whatever the president says, day one, men with suits come to his office and tell him he can't say these things anymore, and it just quietly disappears.
Claiming that he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he ever visited New York. Who could have seen this coming?
As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values are in line with international.
I love how he dug up the receipts. Thank you, Nick.
Law, it's time that our actions are also.
Even though the U.S. is not a signatory to the ICC?
No, it's time that we actually step up and make clear what we are willing to do to showcase the leadership that is sorely missing in the federal administration.
My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant.
Zoran Mamdani knew goddamn well he wasn't going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu.
But it sounded
and any
good.
Progressive journalist who repeated the claim that he would should never be taken seriously ever again. It was always obvious to me that Zoran Mamdani was just saying shit and lying to Palestinians in order to win their vote. There's a whole new wave of progressive Democrats who are more than happy to lie to Palestinians in order to gain political power. Lying about what you're going to do in order to give desperate people false hope is not good, actually. While Zoran does sound narratively good on Israel, he's doing nothing to actually challenge the power of Zionists. In fact, one of the first things he did once he took office was to give the job of NYPD commissioner to a diehard Jewish supremacist like Jessica Tisch. He would then go on and work with Jessica Tisch in order to crack down on free speech, banning protests of genocidal synagogues who are selling off Palestinian land. Zoran Mamdani is also having backdoor meetings with genocidal Zionists in order to brainstorm on how they can crack down on free speech even more. So Zoran Mamdani is not arresting Benjamin Netanyahu, but he is legitimizing the anti-Semitism hoax, which is used to crack down on the pro-Palestine movement, while also banning protests of genocidal synagogues, selling off Palestinian lands, right as Israel is annexing the West Bank. This means that Zoran Mamdani is materially supporting the Zionist regime.
I miss Nick. We need to get him back. I get suspended and then I change my setup. I don't have StreamYard anymore. I feel isolated, like we're in a bubble. And the bubble is very antiseptic. Let's see, 6 more Republicans. Yeah, we saw this already. Here's the third victim of the Iranian airstrike. Her name was Angel Rampersad, 28 years old, of Ozone Park, New York. Previously reported missing after an Iranian attack. Now believed killed in action, and I'll keep reiterating that I believe she was vaporized in that exact blast right there. George Galloway, the ever-based Georgie boy, says died for a rapist, a thief, a cheat, and a liar to protect the Epstein class. Here is Ryan Dawson reporting about Jess Staley, who is implicated in the Epstein files. He was the former head of J.P. Morgan Chase, I believe. Says Jess Staley is set to be questioned by Congress tomorrow, which I guess would be today because this was written 19 hours ago, for his role at J.P. Morgan facilitating Jeff Epstein's hush money. That's right. He could have not have done this without the financial backing of one of the largest institutions for finance in the world, J.P. Morgan Chase. They facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's hush money and cash withdrawals, which were used to pay for unlawful sexual activity, basically for child trafficking. I mean, this was all done under the huge nose of J.P. Morgan Chase. But the only news you will find on search engines about human trafficking and grape is about the Tate brothers. How timely that they were arrested right before this huge chance to question Epstein's banker.
Literally Epstein's banker. What is this god-awful painting I'm looking at, by the way? Need context for that. Coincidentally, the Tate brothers were first arrested immediately after Denise George filed the lawsuit in Virgin Islands, against J.P. Morgan, which led to this case against Jess Staley. It's like that Ed Harris meme where he from the Truman Show. He's like, okay, arrest the Tate brothers. Okay, now arrest the Tate brothers. We have come full circle. J.P. Morgan had to pay out $75 million, literally a fucking slap on the wrist. Did you know that I think in total, I believe I read this, that J.P. Morgan had to pay out almost $1 billion to Epstein's victims because of settlements made in civil courts. It was like something like $900 million. Like, can you believe that Jeffrey Epstein's victims, he had to pay them almost $1 billion? That's insane. JP Morgan had to pay out $75 million as a result of that, as well as another $290 million to settle a class action lawsuit to survivors. But I assure you, that's not the extent of it. The figure is much higher. And I'm pretty sure that was just specifically JP Morgan and not other banks as well. I'm sorry, Caterpillar. You're wanting no more genocide, but the banks are making too much money off of it. So it's gonna continue. Yep, J.P. Morgan. I always like pulling up a picture of J.P. Morgan so I can go. Ew! Look at that schnoz. Look at that. Whatever energy is captured in this photo, it's not good. That is a stern-looking man. He's calculating interest rates as he sat down for that photo session, clearly. The only thing... We should Photoshop some hands. Just hand rubbing the bottom there. That would complete the look. Yep, good old Jew-P. J.P. Morgan. Was he Jewish? I mean, I figure that he was. But he might not have been. Who are we kidding? Of course he was. Of course. Was J.P. Morgan Jewish? No, he was not Jewish. He just played into every Jewish stereotype is all. He came from a long line of English and American descent and was devoted to the Episcopal Church. Historically, Wall Street was divided into two distinct circles: Christian Gentile firms like J.P. Morgan and prominent German Jewish firms like Kuhn and Loeb and Company. The two groups frequently collaborated and competed. Well, you don't say. Okay, but was J.P. Morgan Jewish? ... Like, really? I mean, let's come on. No, he wasn't Jewish in any way. You sure about that? Yes, I'm 100% certain. There is absolutely zero historical ambiguity, hidden lineage, or doubt on this matter. I'm gonna say, come on, man. I understand you might be skeptical, especially given how many articles, videos, and conspiracy theories online that all of the historic banking giants were part of a single secret group. However, historians have access to J.P. Morgan's personal letters, diaries, business ledgers, and family Bibles. There is simply nothing hidden here. He was a proud upper-class Anglo-Saxon Protestant who actively kept Jewish people out of his social circles and his firm's top leadership. You don't say. He was an anti-Semite? An anti-Semite banker? What? I know this is we're making satire, but in all truth, thank you for the donation, by the way, Elena. Or Elena, sorry. Obviously, we recognize that being Jewish is not a crime. However, usury and arson and ethnic cleansing and stealing, these are all actions that are deplorable and don't belong in modern society. I think we can all agree on that, right? What I'm trying to get at is that no matter what person commits the action itself is always criminal. So J.P. Morgan might not have been a J, but his actions were stereotypically Jewish. I mean, interest rates, usury, the whole nine, charging economic rents for natural resources and land. I mean, these are all stereotypically, unfortunately, they're stereotypically capitalist and simultaneously Jewish stereotypes. And I don't know what to do with this information, but the point I'm trying to make is that it's really the material action that is the point of contention here. That's the real criminal offense. Maybe we can continue this. Okay, but were the Rothschilds Jewish? Yes, the Rothschilds were absolutely Jewish. Okay, why are you anti-Semitic then? I am an AI, so I do not have personal feelings, including anti-Semitism. My goal is to provide accurate, verified historical facts based on the academic consensus. I'll say, okay, that's fair. I appreciate that. History can be complex, and separating the real facts from online rumors or complicated rivalries gets confusing fast. I'm glad we worked that out. If you want to keep exploring the history of that era, though, let me know. We can look into how Jacob Schiff used his financial power to fight anti-Semitism globally. Oh, my goodness. Yes, please. Let's go into that. Or how the Wall Street banking system changed after the Gilded Age. The history of the Federal Reserve's creation in 1913. Isn't it funny? We were talking about the income tax that was first implemented. What year was that? 1913? Well, what a coincidence that at the very same year, these commercial banksters who were like, wait a second, the government is trying to tax our rents that we charge. They want to tax unearned income. They want to tax wealth and tax our assets. Oh, no. So the banksters got together, including the non-Jewish but Jewish adjacent J.P. Morgan, who led this consortium, who lobbied the government to create the Federal Reserve, which basically wrested control of the government's tax, its fiscal and monetary policy. Let's say that. When I think of that, I think fiscal tax, I think monetary interest rates. But it's more than that, obviously. The fiscal policy and the monetary policy from the Treasury, wrested control from the Treasury into the hands of a private bank named the Federal Reserve, which then implemented fiscal and monetary policy, aka set the tax rates and the interest rates. And they, this is what they do. They find little loopholes. I guess you could say the Federal Reserve was a loophole that the bankster class successfully implemented, successfully created as a way to assuage the creation of the income tax in 1913, which was originally meant to tax wealth, tax unearned income. This is basically the culmination of classical economics was the fact was the basic principle that there is a distinction between, there's a qualitative distinction between earned income and unearned income. And unearned income was considered since time immemorial. I mean, I'm serious. Going back to before Christ was born, the idea of interest, the idea of usury, the idea of unearned income was always considered deplorable, exploitative, parasitic, intolerable, something to be guarded against, because that becomes a siphon for the productive economy, labor and industry. And that's what the Federal Reserve was, trying to, this is what modern economics has completely divorced from. The concepts espoused in classical economics are not even mentioned in economics textbooks today. The concept of unearned income specifically. The fact that there actually is unproductive forms of profit that have no correlation to some labor, some form of labor. It amounts to transfer payments. That's all that it is. Nothing productive was actually taking place on the banking side. Israel means nothing to you, but how do you deal with your uncle's death at the hands of Iran? I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that. I don't know if I can convince you. That's a personal question. Yeah, you're gonna have to figure this one out on your own, Prometheus. Okay, I'm not built like that. I'm not your therapist. I'm a goddamn live streamer. I'm a slop tuber. Okay, I'm a slop caster. I just cast out the slop. The hell do I know? I think it is you, okay? And I'm right here. You don't have to refer to me in the third person as if I don't exist. I see all. I hear all. I know all. I know what you do. I see where you've been sleeping. I know when you've been naughty. So you can just ask me non-passive aggressively, just to my face, am I being extra intense tonight with my lecturing? Is this too intense for you? Are you trying to tone cop me? Are you trying to kill my buzz? Are you aura farming? Is that what this is? You're trying to bite on my aura? How dare you? We're just dialing it up, all right? Just wait. You want to see something intense? Go listen to the shrill commentary of Mark Levin. No, actually, don't do that. Yeah, go cry about it. That's what we got to say to him. Hit him with the, have you tried crying about it? You cannot contain this.
I'm a force to be reckoned with, my mom told me. She also told me I was handsome. So that's how I know. That's how I know I'm clearly crushing it. Student debt payments are suddenly tripled now. Oh, to be young.
Did you get this email from your student loan lender? Me too. I got this email from the U.S. Department of Education about my SAVE program ending. Like many others, I'm freaking out.
I am considering a payment plan for the payment plan.
Now that fucking Donald Trump took SAVE away, my payments are expected to be $1,500.
And I would like to know in what world nurses, RNs, could afford a $773 a month student loan payment, and we're a family of 5.
As of July 1st, about 7 million of us on the SAVE plan have 90 days to choose a new repayment plan. For many borrowers, that could mean paying about $4,000 more per year on average. Like many others, I graduated from high school at 17, and I knew nothing about loans or debt. The worst part of my junior year, I couldn't get approved for my student loan. So in my 3rd year of college, I had to leave school. No degree, but $80,000 in student debt. The Biden-era SAVE program felt like a lifesaver for my situation. It lowered the cap on monthly payments and interest and promised to forgive loans of $12,000 or less after just 10 years. And for anyone making $32,800, this meant $0 monthly payments without accruing additional interest. But now that's gone. On top of kicking borrowers off of SAVE, Trump is moving all $1.7 trillion in student debt to the Treasury, which uses predatory private loan collectors that were fired under Biden for abusive practices. Student loan borrowers in default are facing more aggressive collection tactics, which could include garnishing wages by 15% without a court hearing.
This is called debt peonage. Isn't this what we were just talking about yesterday? Debt peonage, the fact that you now have to service your debt through labor to pay off loans that are accruing interest. But like Aristotle pointed out, how can you make a breed of a barren metal? How can money multiply just by being money? There's nothing productive that happens with interest. Anything the banks have to do or the landlords have to do to collect these extractive profits. And meanwhile, you're getting saddled with more debt that you'll never be able to pay. And all they have to do is cancel it. Just cancel the debt. The debt that can't be paid won't be paid. And there's a really bold principle that we should apply to our monetary policy, which is that any debt that is levied against an individual or a country for that matter, that if not paid, the banks then have the power to repossess your home or force you, like this lady saying, into debt peonage, essentially, garnishing your wages. You don't even you work and you don't even get your wages. They go to debt servicing. This is what's known as debt deflation, by the way. All of the income and the profits made by industry and labor are not being fed back into the consumer goods and services producing sector of the economy. They don't go to fund more, either more consumption or investment, innovation into industry. It all goes to the debt overhead, the financial overhead that the banks have established. And thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate that. But here we are in neo-feudalism, being turned back into debt slaves, which is exactly what classical economics and the birth of capitalism was about, which is crazy to me. Because capitalism sought to rid itself from the legacy of feudalism and the feudal relationship
between the hereditary landlord aristocracy and the serfs. And yet here we are, right back where we started, back into feudalism. Only instead of hereditary landlords, we have hereditary bankers. Bankers are, I mean, there is an alliance there. But ultimately, it's the banks. And yes, you know what? Treat yourself. Order those tacos. I'm trying to incorporate into my commentary what I want for dinner. Treat yourself, though. I can't stand when you got Kevin O'Leary or the likes of saying, I can't believe you would spend $28 on lunch. You're crazy. You should be saving that, putting that into the bond market. Don't feed yourself. Don't have nice food. Just eat a ham sandwich. You're being overly consuming. They always love to blame and project exactly what the fuck they're doing onto their perennial victims in the working class. You're consuming too much. As they fly around the world on private jets. Not even around the world. It's like to get from one neighborhood in LA to another neighborhood. Like Elon Musk does. Like they all do. They take off from John Wayne Airport and fly to Calabasas. I don't know how Kevin O'Leary speaks, okay? Whatever. Sorry, it's cringe. I am cringe, but I am free. At least, you know what? At least what I can say for myself, at least I'm not a goddamn donkey. Like your donkey ass. One meal every 3 days. Yeah, man, debt peonage. That's where we're at. We're peons getting peed on with debt peonage.
Withholding tax refunds and withholding up to 15% of the borrower's monthly Social Security benefits. Trump claims that this is just a necessary...
They're coming after your Social Security money. You ain't got the money. You shake them down, Trump. They got the money. Go after their Social Security money. Go after their pension fund. They don't need that retirement money. They're going to have microplastics in their rectum dying from cancer anyway. Sorry. I know I sound cynical. I'm jaded. What can I say?
Spending cut. But the SAFE plan that offered a lifeline to millions of Americans cost $342 billion. Meanwhile, the White House is now demanding that Congress authorize another $350 billion in funding
That
to the
is so fucking gross, Martin. Shame on you. Do people really say that? A wank for dinner and a cig for dessert. Now that is poor. You know, owning a home isn't even a symbol of wealth anymore. They call it house poor. Yeah, it's like you own that home, but technically you don't own that home. You're actually owned by the banks. The banks own that home. You're just paying mortgage with interest.
Pentagon to pay for another endless war. This isn't about saving money. This is about protecting those who profit off of the never-ending interest payments from those in crippling student loan debt. Our tax dollars should be working for us. We should be focused on forgiving the debt that's plaguing hard-working Americans and lowering tuition at the source with free public colleges, not funneling those tax dollars into the pockets of private defense contractors.
What she's saying is these are all the ideas of 19th century capitalism. Everything that she's saying is basically trying to dismantle the rent overhead of our economy, which is exactly what they were trying to do, trying to get rid of usurious profit making, economic rents, natural resource land rents, monopoly rents. They can charge whatever the market will bear because they own natural monopolies like public infrastructure, which is privatized, for example. Access to natural resources, what have you.
This is pretty shady. Last week, the Israel lobby AIPAC released their lobbying disclosure form. In it, they list all the different issues they lobby on, the vast majority related to Israel. One of them, however, wasn't. It was the Repeal Big Brother Overreach Act. Here's the thing. The act repeals an anti-money laundering law. AIPAC's not just lobbying Congress on this, they're lobbying the State Department, the Department of Treasury. Right now, it's illegal for foreign nationals to create shell companies to fund super PACs in elections. But if the government doesn't have any information on who the owners of a company are, and if they're foreign nationals and they have no way of enforcing the law. This is exactly what AIPAC is lobbying for. They want to make it harder for the US government to know who's creating shell companies and then funding super PACs through those shell companies. Now, here's the thing. It gets even crazier. If you own a small business, you might remember back in March of 2025, there was all that talk about whether you needed to submit a beneficial owner information form to the Department of Treasury. Scott Bessant of the Department of Treasury then announced they're no longer going to be requiring that, and a lot of people actually got happy because it was one less thing that small business owners had to do. Here's the thing, they only needed to add one extra line that says you do not need to submit this unless you're a foreign national who owns a domestic LLC. They didn't do that intentionally. It's not as if the alternative design wasn't there, they rejected it. Now, AIPAC is lobbying in support of legislation to just totally end that, and we're coming up on midterms. So even though it's illegal for foreign nationals to spend money in US elections, if 3 Israelis decided to create a shell company registered in Delaware and then wire money into the AIPAC super PAC, that would go totally under the radar. Right now, the law is just not being enforced. AIPAC is pushing to totally end it.
What that was.
Sneako mad as hell you didn't mention him by name last night.
I don't care about that shit. I don't care about this shit.
And my time in Tel Aviv was, extremely well received. The locals there were extremely nice, and I had a good time.
I'm asked if you would apologize for the Heil Hitler. I can't, he's not gonna. I can't even. How could I be friends with somebody like this? I'm unfollowing him. I'll show you right.
Oh my gosh, guys, stop what you're doing. Sneako has unfollowed Clavicular. This is just, worlds are crashing. World markets are crashing.
Yeah, I'd be not making the same mistake, bro.
Oh my god, unfollow. Oh yeah, fuck that.
Video incident, because you were there, obviously. There's no one there. Like, you're the brave soldier for clubbing in Tel Aviv and getting paid for it. What an actual scumbag.
Unfollow alert. Sneako has better sound effects than I do.
Bro. And so many people aren't going to say this. Going to say you're burning a bridge.
Love you, Sneako.
Because they want clout. What, all scumbags. Scumbags, bro. You're going to turn a blind eye to this. What everyone sees is plainly obvious because you want to get clout. Here's what they're going to say. You're burning a bridge. Sneako loses his allies. If you think that I'm going to and I'm going to ignore this so that for a content relationship, you lost your mind. You lost your mind. I don't think there's anything more to, because he knew exactly what Israel was doing. He knows exactly what he's saying, and he's acting like he's a stupid, blissful idiot. He talks about being looks maxing to be better than the hypergamous feminists. Right now, he's sounding like a hypergamous hoe to Israel. You little hoe, you little prostitute for Jewish supremacists. I'm blissful. Oh, la-da-da. La-da-da, I'm in the club. Twerking in the club. Being a good little bitch for Israel. I don't know any better. I'm just a stupid little looks maxer. Fuck you, man. Bro, it's sick.
Oh, shit.
Fucking piece of shit, bro.
Oh, shit.
These fucking sellouts, bro. Why are you mad? Because they're
Feel the rage, Sneako. Feel the rage. Let it sink in. Sneak in.
This is upsetting because Israel is using American tax dollars and brainwashing Americans using our money to fund bombs that are killing children in Gaza, invading Lebanon, displacing 1 million Lebanese people, bombing Iran for no valuable reason. It's destroying our country. and Clavicular will get support from America First patriots who are attracted to him.
Yep. Ain't that something? We're all, you know, it's a dividing line. I forgot what I had to say about that, but he's right. I mean, you know, he's right. It's a litmus test for everything else. If you're going to be down with Israel, fuck you. End of story. All right, let's see. Interesting. I wasn't aware Hitler was head of the British Foreign Office in 1917. Oh, apparently y'all are having some conversation.
Have you personally signed any NDA, any agreement, or had any private communication, such as meetings, phone calls, text messages, or emails, with any developer, company, landowner, or representative regarding any current or potential project that could affect Tyrone Township? Chris Robetta.
No.
Dean?
No.
Jennifer?
I'm not answering your question. This is not the time or place.
I can ask you whatever I want. Don't tell me what I can say.
We don't have to answer you.
But you're communicating with me, Jennifer. I didn't think you were supposed to
Come
do
on,
that.
Jennifer.
Greg Carnes, how about you? Yes or no?
Not the place.
Not the place.
We've already discussed this, so.
Who's already discussed it? I'm sorry? Who's already, have you personally signed any NDA, any agreement, or had any private communication, such as meetings, phone calls, text messages, or emails, with any developer, company, landowner, or representative regarding any current or potential project that could affect Tyrone Township? Chris Robetta.
No.
Dean?
Yeah, that's the answer that you give if if you haven't done these things. If you have done those things, then the answer would be to obfuscate, which is what the next two do.
No.
Jennifer?
I'm not answering your question. This is not the time or place.
I can ask you whatever I want. Don't tell me what
That means the answer's yes. Jennifer's a hard yes.
I can
But
say.
we don't have to answer you.
But you're communicating with me, Jennifer. I didn't think you were supposed
You're
to do that.
communicating
Greg
with me,
Carnes,
Jennifer.
how about you? Yes or no?
Not the place.
Okay, Greg, you're cooked, Greg.
We've already discussed this, so.
Who's already discussed it?
It's not the place, and also we've already discussed it. Sounds kind of like the answer's yes.
I'm sorry? Who's already discussed it?
He's already given two separate excuses to, put this to bed.
Who has? Who's discussed it? I've not discussed this with you. What are you saying? Pam Moffler? Yes or no?
You work for us.
That's right.
You work for us,
Herman
yes,
Ferguson?
exactly.
Won't answer? Zach Tucker.
Mike, stop. You say
Excuse
guilty
me.
one more time, you're out.
You're
I'm
out.
not tolerating.
He's not
Stop the
tolerating.
clock, please. While Greg's talking, I'd like my time back, please.
I don't need the comment in the background.
I need my time back. And quit interrupting me. Zach Tucker? But you answered at the Planning Commission, but you've decided not to answer now. Well, at least you're not looking as
Zach.
angry at me this time. I guess you're checking yourself.
Zach, you're a shithead. We all know it. We don't like Zachs. Anybody named Zach, not a good person. I think that's pretty obvious, though. That was too long. That was just way too long for me. Who are these people? What did they say? 10-7 conspiracy theory.
Of October 7th, 2023, approximately 6,000 Hamas soldiers flying paragliders and riding motorcycles skirted around the most heavily defended security wall in the world, somehow evading the...
Comrade Cranky, come on now. We don't condone any form of violence unless you're talking about, an actual mushroom, which are really delicious to eat. We love mushrooms. And we love clouds separately. Mushrooms are great. They're fresh. And clouds are really ethereal and pretty to look at in the sky. Which is, I think, was what you meant, right? That's what you meant.
Fences, observation towers, cameras, sensors, barbed wire, and remote-controlled machine guns dividing Israel and Gaza. These 6,000 madmen, who trained for their dastardly sneak attack in full view of the IDF for months, then proceeded to roam around the Israeli countryside for hours with complete impunity, killing hundreds of Israeli civilians and not beheading babies and...
Yeah, I mean, we do know that they did all that. I think we've seen that video before, so I'm not going to watch it again. But obviously the government was in no rush to stop Operation Al-Aqsa Flood.
Israel is not fighting in this war anymore. So they got us into it. Marco Rubio even admitted that the Israelis were the ones that got us into this war, that they'd called and said, we're going to bomb Iran. And the U.S. said, well, shoot, if you're going to bomb them, then they're going to bomb us. So we got to get involved. So this was all Israel's doing. And then Israel runs off. They stopped fighting with us. They provided a little bit of air support in the beginning of the war, but then they stopped entirely and they focused all of their energy on continuing to bomb Gaza, going after the West Bank, and also mostly right now Lebanon, and bombing civilians in Lebanon, taking land in Lebanon. That's now what they're off doing while we're off fighting the war that they've always wanted us to fight on their behalf. And so they want us to keep this war going. And we have now known that throughout the war in Gaza between Israel and the Palestinians, when they were slaughtering them, and this war, that the Israelis have just continued to lie and lie and lie. They lied to us about Iraq. They lied to us about Iran. They've lied and lied and lied and lied. Well, the lies are continuing. And the latest lie is that Iran has moved its nuclear centrifuges down deep underground, really far underground. And with them being so far underground, the only way to really get to them is to nuke them. That is what you'd have to do. This is the story from the Wall Street Journal, that this is the Israeli intelligence that is now telling U.S. intelligence, hey, we have it on good authority. Our intelligence shows that Iran does have nuclear centrifuges. They've moved them deeper underground. That's where they are. So you thought that you got rid of their nukes. You thought you bombed them in Operation Midnight Hammer. You thought you got them again during this war, but no, they're deep underground. And the only way for you to get them is to nuke them. And we've all known exactly how reliable Israeli intelligence is. But this is what they're now trying to tell our U.S. officials. And the problem is our U.S. officials seem to be pretty gullible. And they just say, okay, they nod along and they believe whatever the Israeli intel officers tell them. For whatever reason, I don't know. Maybe they're that stupid. Maybe they're, at some point you'd have to think, look, you've lied to me how many times, so I'm not going to really believe you. We're going to just trust our own intel. And our own intel communities have told us over and over again that Iran is not pursuing a nuclear weapon. We've seen our intel communities say this over and over. Tulsi Gabbard testified to that to Congress at the beginning of this war. But no, we have to believe the Israeli intelligence, the intelligence that we can't actually verify. That's what we got to do. Even though they've lied to us over and over and over again. Why? I don't know. Maybe the blackmail operation, I'm sure, just goes deeper than a few politicians and modeling scouts. I'm sure that the blackmail operation, which is bigger than just Epstein, includes going after people deep inside of our apparatus.
Going inside of our apparatus.
The bureaucrats, going after the intel officers who are there for decade after decade after decade. Yeah, go and blackmail them. So that way, when you come around with some intel saying that Iran has nukes, again, they're 2 weeks away from a nuke, again, for the last 20 years, and that they're buried deep underground, you have to nuke them, well, then, that intel guy is just going to believe you. Well, because even if he doesn't believe you, it doesn't matter. He has to, unless he's going to be shamed and lose his job.
That's right, Kim, because it's a global war, and Iran is a proxy in that global war against China.
Anti-Semitism is actually a good thing. I'm a big fan of it. When God came down on Mount Sinai, the sages say that the name Sinai comes from sinner.
Look at another rabbi, a depiction of a rabbi. Looks like a Renaissance painting. Once again, humping the Torah.
Hatred. That was the mountain where the commandments were given. Why? Because the hatred came in the same package as the Torah. It's the insurance policy to make sure that we don't lose it. Anti-Semitism is the fence that Hashem built around the Jewish nation.
Hashem, yes, of course. Hashem said this, of course, in the miracle book, and Hashem obviously needs every Yid.
Every time anti-Semitism rises, there's no point to fight it from the outside. The answer is to come back inside, closer to Hashem.
Yes, go closer to Hashem. Go underneath the sewer and find yourself a mattress to sacrifice little babies on.
Closer to Yiddishkeit. Germany had the highest rate of assimilation and intermarriage right before everything happened. If that had continued, there wouldn't have been a Jewish nation left to erase. Anti-Semitism is not a threat to the Jewish people. It's actually the only reason we're still here.
Once again, the mental gymnastics. This Jewish logic, which tends to invert every meaning of every word to something else. How is that a good thing? I mean,
Semitism is actually a good thing. I'm a big fan of it. When God came down on Mount Sinai, the sages say that the name Sinai comes from sinner, hatred. That was the mountain where the commandments were given. Why? Because the hatred came in the same package as the Torah. It's the insurance policy to make sure that we don't lose it.
It's an insurance policy? Does everything have to relate to finance and money? The insurance policy is the hatred? I'm so confused, but what does this mean?
Anti-Semitism is the fence that Hashem built around the Jewish nation. Every time.
So it's like the fact that there is an other... I mean, I'm just trying to understand the Jewish logic here, okay? Let's just try to go through this. The fact that there are others that hate... You know, if we're to believe the word anti-Semitism, let's just say we accept the premise. The fact that there are these others that express this defiance actually reinforces the homogeneity of the Jewish identity? Is that what is that what he's trying to say?
Anti-Semitism rises, there's no point to fight it from the outside. The answer is to come back inside, closer to Hashem, closer to Yiddishkeit.
By the way, what is this suit he's wearing? Is he he's dressed like a gospel singer. Minus all the other accoutrements, but the answer is to come back inside. Don't fight it from the outside, huh? Well, you got a funny way of not fighting it from the outside by fighting it from the outside. Doing an awful lot of outside destruction. You should just retreat inside your little holy book, holy man.
Outside. The answer is to come back inside, closer to Hashem, closer to Yiddishkeit. Germany had the highest...
Sam Cedar's evil twin. Greg! There you are. Greggy, my boy. With a zinger. He does look a lot like Sam Cedar.
Of assimilation and intermarriage right before everything happened. If that had continued, there wouldn't have been a Jewish nation left to erase. Anti-Semitism is not a threat to the Jewish people. It's actually the only reason we're still here.
Yeah, good talk, Shlomo. Totally. Totally. Okay. He do look like that, though. All right, let me see. Maybe we put on a podcast? I don't know. I'm fresh out of farming content for us here. I need help. Here is a creepy photo. Why is he grabbing her by the neck? Jesus. Who is that? That brain worm is eating good, says Jackson Hinkle, responding to RFK Jr. saying that Israel is doing the opposite of a genocide.
If you look at the Mideast,
If you look at the Mideast, you'll see that there's a lot of Islamic terrorists that are trying to institute Sharia law and destroy Western civilization.
There is an ongoing genocide against Jews and Christians in all the
Oh,
nations.
my word. Fox News is reporting about the communist revolution taking foot.
In 1948, there was 1 million Jews in the Mideast, in the Arab countries. Today, there's about 15,000 left.
What? There's only 15,000 Jews in the Middle East right now? Did he really just say that?
Today, there's about 15,000 left. What? In the Arab
Wait, I'm sorry.
in the Mideast. In 1948, there was 1 million Jews in the Mideast, in the Arab countries. Today,
In the Arab country. Yeah, that's just before they had their own apartheid state. Now all the Jews are in Israel because they have first-rate citizenship in their Jewish supremacist fantasy land, you dildo.
there's about 15,000 left. 20% of the population was Christian, now it's 5%. In Israel, in contrast, there were 150,000 Palestinians in 1948. Today, there's almost 2 million.
Wow. That was a complete bull-faced lie. Did he say that there was 150,000 Palestinians in Palestine, which he calls Israel?
Palestinians in the contrast. There were 150,000 Palestinians in 1948. Today, there's almost 2 million.
Okay, first of all, 750,000 alone were exiled in 1948 during the Nakba. He's saying that there's only 150,000 Palestinians living in Palestine in 1948. There was 50,000 in Palestine, in the Gaza Strip, excuse me. There was 50,000 before the Nakba, roughly 50,000 people living in the Gaza Strip. Today, shortly after the Nakba, a lot of them fled to the Gaza Strip, which was like the only place that they could go. And it overwhelmed what was, under normal conditions, the indigenous population of the Gaza Strip, which is at 50,000. Now, there's 250,000 in the Gaza Strip. So the numbers drastically increased for a piece of land that was only, under normal conditions, meant to supply resources to 50,000 people comfortably. Now it becomes like a concentration camp at the end of the Nakba. So what is this crack that he's smoking? I mean, just the people that were, the people that fled and became refugees in Gaza alone was 250,000. He's saying there's only 150,000 in the entirety of Palestine. I just want to make sure that he's really saying this.
As Christian, now it's 5%. In Israel, in contrast, there were 150,000 Palestinians in 1948. Today, there's almost 2 million. They're 20% of the population. If Israel wanted to commit a genocide against Palestinians, it could do it in a minute. It's doing the opposite.
It's doing the opposite. It's destroying them incrementally. How could he say this? This is so despicable. We've dropped what is equivalent to more than 14 nuclear weapons, Hiroshima-grade nuclear weapons, on this little tiny strip of land that's 5 miles wide by 25 miles long, more densely packed than Tokyo. And he's saying, oh no, we're not committing Israel's not committing a genocide; it's doing the opposite. Commie caucus is growing. Look at the Fox News crawl here. Commie caucus is growing. What do they mean by that?
Population is growing enormously around Israel. There are no Jews in Jordan. There are no Jews in Gaza. The number of Christians in Gaza has dropped.
Yeah, all the Jews are in Israel, you dumb fuck.
By about 80% over the past 10 years. If you want to see where a real genocide is happening, it's not in Israel. It's happening in all the nations around it.
Yeah, exactly. Like Lebanon, Palestine, Iran, because of the Israelis. Thank you, RFK. You were ironically very based right there.
And one of the other things that really animates this new movement.
That's despicable. Both of them. War whores, war sluts. They just there to conjure up more fear. Israeli settlers attack a Palestinian village, throw gasoline through a window onto a baby, nearly burning the young child alive, and beat a pregnant woman with stones. But this is the opposite of a genocide. Palestinians saving their homes and cars after the arson pogrom. Why did they play into the stereotypes, don't they?
Launched a pogrom in the village of Tawani in Masafer Yatta in the middle of the night. They vandalized the houses and set fire to the homes, vehicles, and the village mosque. And they paint sprayed revenge.
Aw, Greg, you shouldn't have. Greg, those dimpled cheeks are more than enough, okay? Okay. Thank you, though. And Free Palestine. Nice emotes.
On one of the houses. Revenge for what? For being Palestinians living on their own land?
After the midnight, over than 30 settlers, they raided my village, the village of Twani. They start smashing the windows of the mosque.
Thank you, Donkey Balls. I appreciate that.
Trying to throw gasoline and burning materials inside it so they can burn it all. Then they removed from the mosque to this house right there. There was a little child sleeping under the window. After they smashed it, they dropped the gasoline. The gasoline came all totally on the Palestinian child.
Oh my God. Dude, a baby is just sleeping in its home, and then the next thing you know, they're getting gasoline poured all over them, and they're about to be lit on fire. Jesus Christ.
Later, they start throwing stones from...
This is really traumatic and trigger warning. I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to get flagged by YouTube, of course. We do not condone any form of violence against children. That's awful. Even the subject matter is very, very triggering and deplorable, and we condemn it in no uncertain terms.
Outside the window, and they hit his mother, she's pregnant actually, with the milk factory. They started from here. They tried to smash the door so they can break into the yogurt factory. Yogurt and the stuffs inside, it was totally destroyed. It was like fresh yogurt that they want to sell it. This factory, it's the only factory in Masafer Yatta, and it's all women's.
If they don't steal the yogurt, somebody's gonna steal the yogurt.
Masafer Yatta are welcomed to work here. It's offer like jobs for the Palestinian women in Masafer Yatta. And it was actually a very, very scary moment, because when I saw it, that they start with the mosque and the other house, in my house, then I said, okay, the entire village will be set on fire. Family are getting burned, everything is getting burned, our properties are getting burned, and I cannot do anything. I knew if I will come even closer to them, I will be beaten, and maybe I will be burned or beaten till death. I saw myself actually displaced from my village because of the scenes that I saw yesterday. It's written revenge in Hebrew.
Same here, Mood Basket. This makes my blood boil.
David. They throw the gasoline inside the car, and in few seconds the car was totally on fire. There is a phrase in Arabic which is said like, in one hand you will never make the sound of the clap, but with two hands you can make the sound of the clap. And I said this because we want, as we are Palestinians, one of these hands, and we want the people out of Palestine in Europe, and the people that they believe in humanity, and they have like brothers and sisters and the humans that they live in Palestine, and they care about them. We want them as the second hand, so both of us together, we can make the sound of the clap. And it's not literally the sound of the clap. I mean, we can reach for freedom, we can reach for peace, and we can reach for a better life than what we are living now.
God bless the Palestinians, salt of the earth. These people. Wow, Trita Parsi follows me. That's cool. Didn't know that. I don't understand why Dan Bilzerian, every time I see posts from him, he's talking about Nick Fuentes. I wish they would stop talking about him. Like, this guy's running for Congress. Let's not focus on internet drama. But I mean, I'm Dan Bilzerian all the way. I'm just, offering my unsolicited advice. Here's a trigger warning. Visual confirmation of civilians killed in the U.S. bombing. Bodies trapped beneath rubble as flames engulf the area. Officials, 2 martyred, 11 injured. So, not going to play that, but...
Palestinians are often told that they have every right to condemn Israel, but only if they describe their oppression in language that does not make Jews feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ahmad. Listen to that. Take note of what he just said.
Palestinians are often told that they have every right to condemn Israel, but only if they describe their oppression in language that does not make Jews feel uncomfortable. We know, of course, that Israel calls itself the Jewish state.
The Judacity, man.
Uses Jewish symbols like the Star of David.
Yeah.
It claims to speak in the name of...
They can use all the Jewish symbols, all the Jewish rhetoric they want, but you don't get to say Jews.
Jewish safety, Jewish history, and Jewish self-determination.
Like, fucking spare me, dude.
Around the world, major Jewish organizations, donors, lobbying groups, synagogues, and communal institutions have defended Israel, funded Israel, justified Israel, helped normalize the colonization of Palestinian land, indoctrinated their youth with Zionism, and recruited terrorists to fight in their army. At the same time, there are anti-Zionist Jews who say, not in our name. But even among those allies, there is a line that they do not want Palestinians to cross. You see, they may oppose Israel, but they become uncomfortable when Palestinians describe Zionism as a Jewish problem, or when Palestinians use phrases like Jewish supremacy, Jewish extremism, Jewish domination, or Jewish power to describe what is being done to them. What makes this particularly baffling is that this kind of censorship has traditionally come from the mainstream, where Jewish Zionist agents for Israel engage in tone policing to control how Palestinians describe their own oppression. But now, that same kind of policing is coming from Jewish allies outside the mainstream, in the digital underworld where most anti-Zionists have been condemned to. And it's happening during a genocide. At the very moment Palestinians are being flattened into flesh pancakes by Israeli bulldozers and raped to death by dogs in concentration camps, they are being lectured to about language. They are being told that the Jews dispossessing them, imprisoning them, bombing them, and defending the system that annihilates them are not really, truly Jewish at all. That, in itself, is a sinister form of gaslighting because it denies Palestinians the ability to process and express the reality they experience every single day. It tells them not to believe their own eyes.
Yes, every J that a Palestinian has met in their lifetime has wanted to K them. I mean, hello?
That the terrorist with long curly sideburns and wearing a kippah, branding them with the Star of David, yelling in Hebrew as he repeatedly rams burning hot rods into their rectal cavity until they bleed to death, is somehow not what he plainly appears to be. A Jew. And if Palestinians begin to sound furious, using tough language to describe the criminals oppressing them, they are condemned, like when Zoran Mamdani referred to Palestinian writer Suzanne Abulhawa as reprehensible for calling her Jewish Zionist oppressors vampires and parasites. Now, calling a Zionist Jew a parasitic vampire may seem anti-Semitic until you realize that there are genocidal Jewish rabbis living in stolen Palestinian homes suckling the blood out of a freshly circumcised baby penis. Now calm your tits, Zoran. I'm merely describing the Jewish tradition of metzitza bepeh, the practice of oral suction after a circumcision. So be careful.
We know it very well. Not through experience, mind you. I was not metzitza bepeh. Although my foreskin was taken. And I've been looking for it ever since.
Careful not to freak out too much. I don't want to draw too much attention from your Zionist masters and have them yank your leash a little too hard.
I do, Prometheus, but I don't think I can give it to you now. I prefer that you stay happy.
At a time when Palestinians have never been more dehumanized, they are being asked to protect the feelings of the very people oppressing them by using language that they approve of. Now, this has sparked pushback by Palestinians and anti-Zionist activists that want to break free from this censorship and speak directly and clearly about who the oppressors are. As Muhammad al-Kurd recently put it, in Palestine, we call Jews Jews because, well, they're Jews. Hope that helps. But the debate isn't just limited to the specific use of because, well,
Palestine, we call Jews Jews because they're Jews. Hope that helps.
Well, they're Jews. Hope that helps. But the debate isn't just limited to the specific use of language. There is a second debate that grows out of the tone policing by supposed allies. Palestinians aren't just being told what language they can use. They are also being told who they are allowed to align with. Since October 7th, we have seen certain leftists argue that Palestinians should not be amplifying criticism of Israel or Zionism from people on the right, or from figures with questionable politics, or from people who may
AKA Norman Finkelstein.
be motivated by something other than pure solidarity with Palestinians. A recent example of this is Dr. Norman Finkelstein, a longtime ally who has undoubtedly produced important work exposing Israel and Zionism. He recently argued that tactically collaborating with right-wing figures like Candace Owens is dangerous because their primary motive is—
Yet he went on a podcast. It went on Candace Owens' podcast, excuse me, and didn't challenge her when she started spewing anti-socialist CIA State Department propaganda.
Hatred of Jews and not genuine empathy for Palestinians.
You see Norman Finkelstein saying that Tucker and Candace's opposition to Israeli genocide was disingenuous, dangerous, and motivated by and designed to promote anti-Semitism. What do you make of that? I like Norman, but I think he's wrong about this. That's definitely not the impression I get from either one of them.
And yet he himself appeared on her platform not once, but—
It's also sort of parroting that same cynicism that we often hear from the right about, like, why do you support Palestine? Like, you're just grifting. You didn't care about Palestine. Like, as if it's just unconscionable to have moral principles, right? It's the same thing as, like, Norman levying criticism at anti-Israel advocates on the right because their advocacy isn't principled.
Twice to tactically promote his own ideas. There's something disturbing about watching Palestinians be—
I am still going to read his upcoming book. I still haven't been able to get a copy of it, but yeah, Gaza's Gravediggers. Apparently he goes after a lot of the international community for not doing more.
Told, often by Western leftists or Jewish allies, that they must reject any tactical support from people outside an approved political spectrum, even while their families are being killed, their land is being stolen, and the institutions of power remain overwhelmingly aligned against them. So I want to have a thorough discussion about this topic, and I am privileged and honored to do so with Britain's foremost anti-Semite, Dr. Rahma. She was suspended by the NHS over alleged anti-Semitic comments and support for Hamas. She has since been arrested over 5 times by the police for her speech and social media activity, and has been locked in a legal battle for her rights, for her career, and for freedom of speech ever since.
Nice, dude. That looks like that was just an intro video. We should watch that. I mean, separately. I'm not going to. Propaganda and Company does great work. I love Ahmad's work. I'm just saying that in the context of this stream, he usually has longer form content. But I would definitely implore all of you to follow him on YouTube, especially. He's a heavyweight. He's a hard hitter. Here's the Ali ibn Abi Talib missile in flight. Looks like the Sejal. This is a work of art, says DD Geopolitics. You can see the jellyfish, aka massive exhaust plume created as the missile climbs into the upper atmosphere. Iranian aerospace engineering also sound on for hype. We saw that clip, actually. Now that I think about it, we saw it earlier this stream.
What are they preparing these U.S. soldiers for?
Fuck yeah, right on it. Oh yeah. Oh my god.
It's the Goyapede.
Fuck yeah, right on it.
I guess they're training them how to eat ass in a centipede formation.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Nick says the Epstein class loves putting Goy soldiers through humiliation rituals. Very true. I mean, do you see this? The amount of clavicular content that gets force-fed to me on my Twitter feed is not organic. So now these people are coming after Mamdani. Everyone wants to arrest Mamdani because he mildly threatened a war criminal that he would be arrested if he set foot in New York City.
After the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration, and I was an official of the Justice Department, we participated with Congress to pass a law that prohibits any official in the United States from cooperating with the ICC. So what Mayor Mamdani is calling on is for the officials of New York City, including himself, to violate federal law. So in the end, it's not Netanyahu should be arrested and investigated. I'm not trying to exaggerate here. The mayor is violating the American Servicemen Protections Act passed in 2002, and the Justice Department should be investigating him and the president under that.
Yeah, well, the Department of Justice is also committing a lot of illegal lawfare tactics at the behest of the Trump administration.
Law is authorized to use all,
a bit like the pot calling the kettle black.
All necessary means to prevent any American or ally from being handed over to that court. So if Mayor Mamdani wants to spend a lot of time dealing with FBI agents and Justice Department investigators, well, he just started that. He just launched that whole process for himself and the residents of New York City.
But he's a savvy guy, right? You don't get elected mayor of the biggest city in the world if you're a dummy. So what is this? It's just some kind of a political catcall for him?
Yeah, I don't know if I can add more than what you've heard from other political analysts and guests who've said that Mayor Mamdani is appealing to this large sort of socialist-friendly base.
God, that's why they're so threatened by communism and socialism. It's the Red-Green Alliance. Islamicism and communism are the same.
Young people in New York City who are becoming increasingly, I'm afraid, anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. But the question is he acting consistent with the law of the United States? And he is not, and he should be investigated by the Justice Department, by the Trump administration because of that.
Dr. Morandi says Iran is destroying the many layers of defense that the U.S. created in the Persian Gulf and Jordan to protect the Zionist regime from Iranian missiles and drones. Iran will wait for Netanyahu to strike first as it enjoys the growing political crisis inside the Zionist regime. Yep, that's true. In fact, I do have another article which I forgot to share with you. It's from Haaretz. It says, we found Israel's U.S. influence op accounts. No one actually follows them. Oh, but they don't give me the... I guess never mind. I was trying to get past the paywall, but it says a storm of conspiracies and speculations has taken over the American right regarding Israel's online influence. Haaretz examined and found a network of accounts with little to no reach. They got no game. They're lame with no game. They deserve all the blame. Can't access the article, which makes me sad. And when I get sad, I get upset. And when I get upset, I get fearful. When I get fearful, I get insecure. When I get insecure, I get anxiety. And when I get anxiety, I turn hateful. And when I get hateful, I have a snack.
And then I get angry some more. And then I call your mother and she calms me down. All right, it's not letting me access this article. So I'm just going to skip out of it. Cuz I can do that, okay? I'm my own man. My mom told me they can't do those things to me. Not since the incident.
Programs are important, like the post office, like the police department, like the fire department, like your social security, like public education. Yeah. These are socialist programs. It's not, I'm a Democrat, socialist Democrat. So, yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
He's still not quite to go full socialist. He's a socialist Democrat. Yeah. Just add Democrat afterwards, and then you're like, oh, he's one of those socialist Democrats. But he's still a Democrat, right? Yeah, no. I'm not like seize the means of production or anything. No, I don't want to get rid of the financial parasites. I don't want to take control of the economy and make it publicly owned or anything. I'm a socialist light. I prefer my capitalism LGBTQ friendly. I'm being facetious, obviously. I'm sure John Leguizamo is more based than I'm giving him credit for. But what he's arguing for are mild reforms. Subsidizing public infrastructure via the tax base. Rather than that which should be taxed being handed over to the banks as interest. Whatever is not collected as tax rent, whatever rent's not taxed, ultimately goes to the banks in the form of interest. And what he's arguing for could have, in one context, at one point in history, could have been called capitalist. This is subsidizing public infrastructure to lower the cost of living. There's not so much rent overhead, this superfluous, unnecessary, extractive form of profit making. When you tax, economic rents, land and natural resource rents and monopoly rents, when you tax these things, you're able to fund public programs, public infrastructure. When that happens, like I said, that lowers the cost of living and the cost of doing business. We don't have to pay the banks or the landlords for this extractive rent that they seek. And so what does that mean? We have more money to spend on consumer goods and services and invest in more industry, like I was talking about earlier. Think about how much money you could actually spend into the economy, the productive economy, if you didn't have to service school debt each month, or automobile debt, or healthcare debt, or insurance, or rent, or mortgage, or interest rates on your loans. These are all just it's all so parasitic. It just feels gross that they're getting away with this. Highway robbery at a transnational scale. And still, people are not going far enough. We're a socialist Democrat. The problems to the structural problems won't be solved marginally. And I don't even think that this just doesn't even go. I mean, as based as John Leguizamo seems, I don't think we're at this point anymore. I mean, I think in the early 1900s and the late 1800s, you could argue for public subsidies, but we can't leave the banking class in charge. I mean, it's a pipe dream. You can't leave the criminals in charge. Even if all those things happened, they would fight tooth and nail to figure out a way to take it all back. They never stop. They'll never stop. And they confer all the advantages through the political power that they've accrued through their monopolies. That, for instance, I mean, it's not like this is anything new. I'll keep going back to that income tax in 1913. You know, we've tried time and time again to tax away these parasitic forms of profit. We've tried to break up trusts. You know, we had the Gilded Age, and then we had the antitrust backlash that sought to dismantle the monopolies. And what do we have now? We have all of those things. We still have the banking class collecting interest and rent. And we still have monopolies. That's because if you leave the criminals in charge, they will find a loophole to fuck you over. Every time.
Time I hear that from you.
Yeah.
Is that a change?
I mean, I've always.
You'll be voting for Democrats, I'm guessing.
I've always voted for Democrats, my whole life. But, you know, I've always had socialist leanings. You know, I've always felt like it was important that everybody have access.
It's not even a socialist leaning, you know? That's my point, is like what he's classifying as like socialist is mild capital reform. It's really just trying to subsidize actual industrial capitalism when you think about it. It's like we should tax banks, we should tax static forms of profit making, like I'm saying. I know I'm kind of repeating myself, but these are just mild capitalist reforms. They're not socialist in any true traditional sense of the word socialism. You know, because socialism is revolutionary. It seeks to upend the ruling class of the bourgeoisie. Until you have that, you don't have socialism. But you can have socialistic reforms, you know, but those are really early industrial capitalist policies. It's quite interesting.
To the same things. I felt like education shouldn't be a privilege; it's a right. Medicine is.
I agree with them.
Not a privilege; it's a right.
But now you're openly a socialist.
Yeah, I'm a democratic socialist. Yeah. Socialism.
So you see, he said education shouldn't be a privilege; it's a right. Medicine isn't a privilege; it's a right. And he's like, "Oh, well, you're just openly socialist then." That is what? Here's a never-before-seen trailer for Passport Man.
The FBI tells NBC News it was some distance from Ground Zero that a civilian found a passport lying on the street belonging to one of the suspected hijackers.
Sir, we found the passport belonging to one of the hijackers, blocks away from the attack.
Excellent work, Special Agent. Free the 5 dancers at once. Sir, free the 5 what if someone just planted the passport there?
Heck! Nonsense, you fool. We must invade the entire Middle East.
The indestructible passport is gone. Someone took it.
Oh no, not what is that, Nickelback? Oh no. I can't show you that because it's copyrighted. But Passport.
Did he steal and then reverse engineer the indestructible passport of one of the hijackers?
That's very good.
To know that she's supporting Ukraine and visiting Ukraine for truly altruistic reasons, and she's not at all a propagandist, despite her conveniently moving her opinion on Ukraine like 2 minutes ago. So Laura Loomer visited Kiev, which no one does unless they're doing propaganda. But she swears that it's for genuine purposes and her opinions have moved not because she's a propagandist.
I mean, I can't believe she actually went to Ukraine. I just hope she goes and takes a look at the same drone factory that Lindsey Graham toured.
Except for
she's there.
Fact that only propagandists have gone to Kiev during this war to show what's happening in Ukraine.
She's picking up where Lindsey Graham left off. She's going on the Lindsey tour.
What also isn't doing much to help her case is the fact that Laura was one of the harshest critics of the war with Ukraine. She said on X not that long ago that Zelensky shaking hands with Islamic terrorists who murder U.S. soldiers.
One thing I have to say is, like, who gives a shit what fucking Laura Loomer has to say or think? It's all overblown. It's all bloated and bloviating nonsense. And I think her reach is, you know, overblown. Everything, it's like, she's so inconsequential. It's just like some Twitter troll. That's all Laura Loomer is, just a Twitter troll. And I don't think her reach is even organic. I think it's all Mossad backed.
It's another reason to have disdain for Zelensky. And she specifically said, Ukraine is a country full of Nazi apologists.
Damn, it's like, damn, a broken clock. Laura Loomer was based?
Funny enough, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Laura was correct.
Laura was correct.
Ukraine is full of Nazi apologists. They literally have a Nazi holiday, basically. And although we do know that Laura does like to throw that Nazi word around a lot, in this case, she's actually right. Now, when she was called out for her sudden change of heart, she said that, yeah, I did used to write this stuff, but I've changed my mind. She said she was a victim of a media echo chamber, guys, and that she had to go to Ukraine herself to see how she was propagandized by the Russian media and social media. Man, who are you trying to fool? Honestly, let's be real. Ukraine and Israel's relationship has expanded lately, economically and militarily. And the reality is, she's probably on the mission there for Israel because we know Israelis love fighting for Nazis and Nazism more than anyone else on the planet. And come on,
yeah,
Laura.
like that rabbi dude was saying, oh, we love anti-Semitism. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. It's kind of funny now that I think about it, too, for the reason that, like, I always make a joke, like, if a Jew isn't crying about anti-Semitism, do they even exist? And lo and behold, I see a video today of a Jew saying, anti-Semitism is the only reason we still exist.
You the same bitch that ate a can of dog food on camera for $100.
Positive really is an amazing company. Not only do they have these emergency pet kits, but they also have these supplements here. And this is human grade, okay? This is human grade, and I just want to show you now. I'm going to actually do this live on air so you can see for yourself, okay? So you can see here, Positive Bison. It clearly says dog food topper. And I'm going to put this in my mouth right now. So it tastes like meat, and maybe that is disgusting to you, but I'll show you right here. Look, this is the
to you, to everyone.
Bison product right here. It clearly says dog food topper. You can see on camera. Actually tastes good. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, literally, as we speak, y'all, the woman.
But yeah, we should trust the lady that thinks dog food tastes good. Has an opinion about Ukraine.
Who says she doesn't do propaganda is doing propaganda for McDonald's while she's in Kiev. It is not even subtle. So I imagine it wouldn't take much for them to pay you.
Russia could do the funniest thing right now. Russia, what are the coordinates for that McDonald's?
To literally change your entire opinion, like we don't still have X and the internet isn't forever when it comes to Ukraine. It ain't got shit to do with Russia propaganda, because everything we've said about Ukraine up to this point is true. The only thing that's changed is your opinion, because your opinion never changes. It's just paid for, and it's going to be paid to reflect the opinions of those paying you.
Thank you.
Which 9 times out of 10 is Israel. The girl who ate dog food for money is trying to convince us that she's not a propagandist, guys. Come on.
Come on with it. Come on now.
Now is time for everybody to wake up. Now is time for the left and the right to realize that red versus blue is a lie.
There are 100 U.S. senators. Last year, 93 out of 100 U.S. senators
Might
were
actually be
people
more
whose
healthy for you to
campaigns
eat
had been
dog food at
funded by
McDonald's.
Israel, AIPAC, and the
Well,
Israel
hello
lobby. 93 out
to
of
you,
100 U.S.
sir.
senators
Good
were
sir,
taking.
Saeed. Saeed's here. You just woke up? Well, I just lost a bet to myself because I thought for sure there's no chance in hell that Saeed ever goes to sleep. And yet, look, guys, don't church him up. Don't church him up. It's going to go straight to his head. We'll never hear the end of it. That's right, Boop on your nose. Palestine has the right to exist. Thank you for that super donation. You didn't say you were sleeping, you just said that you woke up. So how can you wake up from anything besides sleeping, Saeed? Let's do a thought experiment, okay? Let's follow this rabbit hole. How do you wake up from something that you weren't sleeping from? You woke up from a change of opinion? Now, you see, you're just playing with words. Like, yeah, those are words, Saeed. I mean, clearly you know the English language, but putting those words together in a way that communicates something that actually makes sense, that's a whole nother hurdle for you to figure out, you know, to overcome, if you will. And nobody's arguing that, Mood Basket. Nobody's arguing that Saeed definitely, much like Israel has the right to defend itself, Saeed has the right to wake up. We're just saying that Saeed can only wake up from sleep, and yet he's lying to us by saying he wasn't sleeping. Wrath, show the video of Loomer dancing with Randy Fine again. Can we say no? Please no. Please, God, no. No. I don't want to see either of those people. I say people in quotation marks. Look, we have gone through quite... Look at this.
Vielleicht wird manche unter Ihnen sein, die marxistischen Parteien vernichtete. Aber mein Freund, ich habe die anderen genauso vernichtet.
Did Bolshevism contribute to the rise of Hitler? I don't know, but if you're here to peddle some Judeo-Bolshevism nonsense, we're not really here for all that, okay? It's not going to change my opinion about the class struggle or the class war. Whether you think the Jews or the Bolsheviks were Jews or not Jews, they overcame feudalism, okay? And feudalism was pretty Jewish, okay? If anything, I salute people that overcome feudalism. I don't say anything bad about them. I know, I hate it too, Lolo. It's such a bastardization, and it's so intellectually lazy and dishonest. It's just like, thank you for voicing that you don't understand the historical development of human societies. Just when we were about to develop shared class consciousness, here we go. Going around in circles, I know. I'm like, oh, as soon as I started seeing these talking points be raised, I'm like, we're so close now. What? Can I show the video of Marjorie Taylor Greene doing pull-ups?
No, and here's why. I care too much about Saeed's health. I want him to have a long-lasting life, and I'm not sure if that's going to be good for his heart rate if I showed such a video. So I'm not going to do it. Especially since he just woke up from his not sleep. She was so bad at them. Uh-oh. Lolo, don't be talking about Saeed's girl like that. He'll come for you. Not like that. Sorry. That's... Damn it. We're just gonna erase the last 15 seconds of the stream. We'll edit it out in post. It's okay.
Trespassing on my property. Get the hell out of my yard.
Hey, JT, let me have this house.
JT let you have my house. My shed. I want it. You're trespassing on my property. You didn't win in my yard.
This has got to be a scene.
All of you.
Daddy, chill.
What the hell is even that? Get everybody out of
These
my
are
yard.
actors.
It's Miguel's thing. He's doing it.
Interesting metaphor there. Interesting metaphor. Did you catch all that, Saeed? Or is that over your head? Saeed's not a girl. He's not yet a woman. Don't ask me how I know that song. What the hell is even that? I know. Funny how he worded that. Modeling scout Daniel Siad, who introduced women to Jeffrey Epstein, has been found dead in Paris. George Galloway makes a joke. He says, his suicide was a great surprise, especially to him. Wait, did he really suicize? Let's see. Daniel Siad. Sounds like he belongs. Oh, God, not again. JP Morgan Chase. Look at that nose. His name's just JP Morgan. I said the Chase thing because I'm an idiot. Meow. Loose ends being ended. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Let's see. Daniel Siad. This guy is really dead. Modeling scout linked to Epstein found dead in Paris. They want me to... Everything's paywall. You see, this is capitalism for you, folks. Everything is paywalled. Information, especially. Certainly human resources. Certainly human survival needs, but also BBC articles. Fancy that. We'll just read the Washington Post on Instagram about it. What do you think? Well, it's not enough information. I really want a goddamn article. Here's something we could look at. We try this.
Linked to Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead at his home in the suburb of Colombes near Paris.
Yeah, a modeling scout. It's a child trafficker curator. Child trafficking curator. How about that? A curator for people to kidnap.
According to prosecutors, Daniel Siad had been the subject of renewed scrutiny in the wake of the latest releases of the Epstein files by the U.S. Department of Justice. For over a decade, he'd arranged
He's just
for the
scouting out the young talent.
Late sex offender to meet several models. CNN's Katie Paul Glaze recently interviewed Siad, who said he'd had no reason to believe that two women he'd recommended to Epstein had been harmed by him, even though those two women told CNN that they were indeed abused by Jeffrey Epstein.
My work with him has been strictly professional.
This is what you call the face of a co-conspirator.
I never doubt that because I never heard anything from anyone I introduced him who came back to me that they had a bad situation with him.
Ziad said he believed
That's because they were being threatened with their lives if they spoke out. Okay?
Epstein was a casting director for Victoria's Secret and for a modeling agency. CNN has found no evidence to support that claim.
I didn't know a lot about him.
I didn't do nothing. That's another Israeli proverb. I didn't know. But also, if I did know, it's not my fault. It's your fault.
Until when he comes to Paris, and I told you again, he said he passed his due to the government.
He's gesticulating quite a lot. He's sweating profusely.
So, for me, he's free. Man, he's clean.
He is
free
was
man. Such a powerful person and
yeah, look at his armpits. Oh my God, he's sweating up a storm. He's like, please don't call me a pedophile. And look at his armpits. He's sweating. The Jew is sweating from the pits he's kvetching. I can't believe he took this interview. He should have contacted his lawyer. Where's Alan Dershowitz? Get Alan on the line. You and me both, Saeed.
Can I not trust him?
Epstein ties to the modeling industry are part of ongoing...
Dude, the fact that his pits were that sweaty just does not look good. As he's being accused of pedophilia and collaborating and conspiring with the world's most famous pedophile and human trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein. He's like, I didn't do nothing.
Investigations, including a criminal probe launched this year in Paris involving Ziad, according to the city's chief prosecutor. Now, Ziad's lawyer has pointed to the stress that the man was under due to the unbearable waiting and, I quote, the stigma cast upon him. Ziad's lawyer's statement also calling for respect for his loved ones as they mourn.
Sweating like I know. I was trying to think about a joke about Prince Andrew because he famously said he never sweats, even though according to his victim, he was sweating a lot. And then he had to refute that by saying, he doesn't even sweat. Is there some sort of deficiency in his biological makeup? His sweat glands just don't produce sweat. So it couldn't have been him. Complete lie. Even though there's a photo of him with his arm around her waist with Ghislaine Maxwell.
That he died and was innocent. Ziad himself was also facing accusations of abuse. A model accused him of rape when she was
Well, accusations of rape.
working in France in 1990.
Color me shocked, Owitz.
Ziad had also denied that accusation. His death certainly marks the latest macabre twist in the Epstein saga and a reminder of the ripple effects of the revelations from the Epstein files and of the fact that they are far from over. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
I don't know his private life.
Well, you did, because he was a convicted child sex offender.
But again, he paid for it. He said, I paid for it.
So that's it.
For me, he came. I mean, how can you let?
That does not come out like you thought it did, Daniel. For me, he came. He came all the time. He came, and I cried tears of joy when he came. And then I came.
A criminal like this person out from the prison.
Dude, look at his forehead. He's sweating so much. Every pore of his body is producing sweat. This is what the hot seat looks like.
From United States.
Paris. For years, young models were recruited here for Jeffrey Epstein. Digging through the Epstein files, CNN found Epstein received dozens of photos of young models, sent by model scouts and agents. We identified at least 6 individuals, not just sending him images of models, but discussing arrangements for him to meet them, even after his 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution, including with a minor. Now, one of them has agreed to meet with us, here in Paris. Okay, we're here. Daniel Sia dealt with Epstein.
Yeah, I don't know why we needed to see you in the car going to the interview.
Epstein for more than a decade, arranging to send him models.
You didn't think in that time that sending young women, young models, to the US to meet Epstein after he had a conviction for child sex offences, that there may be any risk in that at all?
He has been very professional with me. Never.
But you're not a young woman.
Sorry?
You're not a young woman.
No, listen, it's not good. My work with him has been strictly professional. I never doubt that, because I never heard anything from anyone.
He's like, oh, you could tell he's panicking. You can just see it in his private life. You could see it show up on his face in public. He's really panicking about this. Look how sweaty he is.
Used him, who came back to me.
Look at his demeanor. Taking deep breaths. Very animated.
That they had a bad situation with him.
The files show Epstein paid tens of thousands of dollars to Siad. In reviewing their correspondence, we found messages
Squirm, that's the word for it. Thank you, Lola.
Cute French girl in Marrakesh, Siad wrote. She said that she will be happy to meet you. In another, he says a woman is very polite and has potential as a model or assistant. Siad then sends a photo. Too old, Epstein replied.
So Epstein wasn't a model agent.
She is 25. Too old, he says.
Why was he paying you?
No, he was, because they opened an agency, MC Square.
He was not the model agent leading that model agency.
He was a financier but was acting as a casting director for Victoria's Secret.
You believe
he was a very powerful man, had much shekels. He was financier.
Epstein was a casting director.
Jeffrey say jump, I say how high, Jeffrey. Jeffrey say jump, I say I'm Yisrael high.
That's how he had been introduced and how he introduced myself also.
In fact, we found no evidence Epstein had an official recruiting role at either company, MC Squared or Victoria's Secret.
You sent an email in 2018.
This was all off the record.
That said you were looking for a good-looking young assistant. If you're looking for models,
yes,
why are you then looking for an assistant for Jeffrey Epstein?
He asked.
Those are sage words, Lolo, that could really save our chatters here a lot of trouble in the future if they just do this one simple trick. Don't traffic children.
He asked me for assistant. Maybe it was not on the phone, but when I met him in...
But was that your job?
Sorry? No.
I know it sounds very anti-Semitic to say it, but it needs to be said.
But because I trust in him, I believe that this guy is a professional person. He needs somebody. He knows I have a good connections around. If I find the right person who can assist
connections to 14-year-old girls, Daniel? Where did you hide their bodies, Daniel?
I am honored.
One of the people Daniel Siad introduced to Epstein was Juliette. Back in 2004,
listen to that, an Israeli Jew speaking about honor.
She was a young model in Paris.
He told me, okay, so I am Danielle. If you are interested, I can have opportunities for you in New York City. Is that country interest you? I was like, oh.
Where did Daniel die and why was it Tel Aviv?
Yeah, why not?
Juliette had a flight booked for her to New York, where she met Epstein. She described the encounter.
He asked me to undress me. So I undressed me and I kept like I always done underwear. And at this moment, he looked at me and said, oh, the bra too. He began to check at me and touch me and say, oh, no, that's not okay. Here, that's not okay. He made me turn. Here, I started to have fear.
God,
and
so
for
creepy.
me, it wasn't normal.
What do you think you were afraid of?
I was fear because I didn't know about his intention. He just asked me to put off my bra. All was weird and unclear.
We spoke to another former model, Svetlana, who shared a similar story, saying Siad first introduced her to Epstein, who later abused her. Siad maintains he didn't know that the women he sent to Epstein were abused.
He looks like what a great picture to show, by the way. To be like, yeah, he's not a pedophile. He's a stand-up gentleman. He didn't do nothing. Here he is, pictured, with his cigar and his whiskey.
Himself is also facing accusations of abuse. Ebba Carlson has accused him of rape when she was a model in France.
Does this look like the kind of person that would do such a... Okay, wait, don't answer that. Actually,
in 1990. Ziad denies her allegation.
Totally does.
To be honest with you, I don't remember at all.
I just don't remember the Prince Andrew defense. They all have amnesia, don't they? Conveniently. Always.
Person, and plus I have never abused any model in my life.
She remembers you.
Listen, I would be very happy to confront her in the court. I don't remember.
Do you have any regret about meeting Jeffrey Epstein?
The quick answer is absolutely yes, 1000%.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least he got that part right. That's not hard.
I feel.
Yeah, think it's hard to do this, Daniel, but think about somebody besides yourself. Think about the people that he terrorized and traumatized and killed. And maybe express some empathy for the victims. Here he goes. Let me conjure up. He's going to win an Oscar.
It's like a nightmare. I can't believe that this person had
for me, it's a nightmare for me because now I have to deal with this. Woe is me. Another what?
You keep saying that, but I keep repeating that this other side of him
was well known.
Was public knowledge.
Yes, it was post-conviction.
I am not. I'm not a person who is like a press looking at the internet to go this kind of really.
But you were aware.
Sorry.
You were aware
of what?
His conviction for child sex.
You're repeating the same question.
You're telling me.
Yeah, you're saying. Yeah, exactly. No, it's a relevant question. You just said I don't look at the press. I'm not. You know. Okay, but you did know though. You admitted that you knew that he was convicted for sex crimes in Florida in 2008.
Listen, I didn't know a lot about him until when he comes to Paris, and I told you again, he said he passed his due to the government. So, for me, he's free. Man, he's clean. How can a government of the United States let this person out from jail?
I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I hate to agree with the schmuck, but he's right. I mean, this is a institutional failure. I mean, at every level, we allowed this to happen. And I don't mean like me personally, but, you know, our institutions, our government, our finance system, this is a whole apparatus, a whole infrastructure that allowed this criminality to persist at such an institutional level. I mean, he was backed by J.P. Morgan financial planners themselves. I mean, he had them on speed dial. So, I mean, the twerp is right that it's not just this one bad apple, but he should obviously be guilty, feel guilt for his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, and certainly be looked into for knowledge of crimes and the commission of crimes against children or women, etc.
How?
It's not just the government, though, is it? We have.
Look how intent he's like. What? It really matters that I do well here, so that you say and think the right things. What? How?
Until when he comes to Paris, and I told you again, he said he passed his due to the government.
You think Daniel does protest too much?
He's free. Man, he's clean. How can a government of the United States let this person out from jail? How?
It's not just the government, though, is it? We have a personal responsibility. If we don't think someone...
Listen.
That's my question.
The justice.
It'd be funny if you went, meow.
Superpower.
Okay, that's enough. Okay? It's not a trial, right? You want me to stop interviewing? Yeah. Can I ask a final question?
But you are nasty. You are not...
Look, see how he's he's hobbling through this interview.
I'm very honest, sincere with you, and you are repeating the same thing. I mean, I'm nobody. I'm.
Why you pick on
somebody
me?
from the
I'm nobody. I know nothing. I didn't do nothing.
mountain. When you meet somebody, a billionaire, well-known person, worldwide, and so on.
World
he
wild.
was
The whole world wild over.
convicted with all whatever he did, as when I find out after. And so
Why do you pick on me? Says the Jew.
on. And he's free. He came to Paris. He's free. He said, I paid.
This is a weasel, dude. Don't ever behave like this. This is like you're being interviewed in the public eye, and look at him squirm, weasel his way through this interview. It's so pathetic and embarrassing. I have secondhand embarrassment just watching his gesticulations as he writhes back and forth and professes his innocence. A little too much, a little too heavy-handed, a little too sweaty for my taste.
He was convicted with all whatever he did, as when I find out after, and so on. And he's free. He came to Paris. He's free. He said, I paid. And the agency didn't close. He was such a powerful person, and how can I not trust him?
Dude. I can't get over it.
After Epstein's 2008 conviction, Ziad wasn't the only one who continued giving Epstein access to the modelling industry. Faith Cates, the co-founder of model agency Next Management, is another. In 2010, 2 years after his conviction,
Hell yeah,
Epstein
they
asked
are.
Cates
Thank
for
you,
a great
pictures. I appreciate that. They are back. The super chats are back big time, baby.
girl to take to an event.
Don't OD, though. We need you here. We need you to continue noticing. Do not over-notice and then cause health issues, all right? Over-noticing is something that will cause health issues, and you gotta stay vigilant.
Cates replied, let me think who was around, XOXO. Cates reportedly left Next Management last year, and her spokesperson told CNN she was grossly misled by Epstein. Then there is modelling scout Ramsey El-Holly. In 2009, he describes to Epstein a model as a gift that I had been planning on giving you. And then there is Jean-Luc Brunel, who ran multiple
He's dead,
model
too.
agencies and was accused in civil court in 2014 of bringing girls to the US to farm them out to his friends, especially Epstein. Brunel was himself charged in France with underage sex crimes, but died in prison in 2022 while awaiting trial. He denied all charges. There is now an ongoing investigation in France into Epstein and his connections there. Ziad is under investigation, according to the Paris prosecutor's office, but he says police have not spoken to him. For victims of Epstein around the world, they await justice from the courts. Katie Poglaze, CNN, Paris.
Okay, well, there you have it. Daniel Ziad is dead. A co-conspirator for Jeffrey Epstein, procuring more victims, curating more victims for him as a modeling scout under his modeling agency called What's Up Management. He died in Paris on July 20th. Did we ever find out what the cause of death is? Found dead at his home. Ziad's lawyer claimed he died of a heart attack. However, his cause of death is still being determined. A heart attack, huh? Did his heart explode? Was it an aortic dissection like Lindsey Ladybug Graham? They're just dropping like flies, huh? Not me, though. I'm going to be around for a long, long time. We've got to all outlive Israel. That's my goal. I just want to see the day of a free Palestine. That'll be good enough for me. Then I can die a happy man. Okay, there's not much there. Thanks a lot.
Experience.
Not.
After the 9/11.
All right, do we have anything else here? Say.
to see. Pete Hegseth was silent when pressed on the 18 U.S. soldiers killed in the Epstein War.
Yeah, we're not moving. Secretary Jacob from TMZ, one question, and that is it. How are you going to end this war? Secretary, what's your message to the 18 dead military families?
Are Iran's capabilities too sophisticated to
I
protect
don't think
U.S.
they're going to
forces?
answer. I think that was, didn't happen. Adam Smith yells stop at Crystal Ball for questioning his position on Israel. Oh, and someone needs to tell Adam Smith to stop saying okay like he's a South Park character.
How do we get back to stop.
That was Representative Adam Smith from Washington, who is the head on the Democratic side of the Armed Services Committee in the House, literally screeching stop at Crystal Ball of Breaking Points because she was questioning him for his support on Israel.
The real challenge here is what Israel has historically been, okay? Israel was historically a democratic state in the middle of no democratic states. They were a very strong ally of the U.S.
First of all, it's not even true that we've always been historic allies with
Here
them.
we go. It takes 2 seconds to say a lie, but 10 minutes to debunk it. It's like he's just going to gish gallop his way through lie after lie after lie.
But even his bullshit about how, oh, what they've historically been is a democratic, they were never democratic, but even if they were historically democratic, in this fairy tale rewriting of history, been found as some kind of democratic safe haven. The reality of the situation in the year of our Lord 2026 is that they've been committing a genocide for 3 straight years. They've been committing an ethnic cleansing since the beginning, but they've really ramped up the genocide in the most horrific and violent and disgusting atrocities that you've ever fucking seen in the last 3 years. So I don't give a fuck if we were historic allies with them whenever the time we decided we were going to partner up with them to counter the Soviet Union. That is not the case today. The reality is
That ain't the case here.
in real life today in 2026 is that they are still killing Palestinians every single day in the Gaza concentration camp. The reality today is that they are still killing Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, including American citizens, with no repercussion.
Working with them on a variety of things, counterterrorism being the biggest thing during the ISIS fight and elsewhere. So you've got that historical relationship. And then you've got the reality of what Israel is living in. And that is that they are the only, well, except for Ukraine, they're the only country in the world, well, they're the only country in the world that from the day they were founded, people have been trying to eliminate them. I mean, there's no other country in the world that, Yemen and Saudi Arabia fought, but the Houthis never said that Saudi Arabia didn't have a right to exist. Okay, very existence wasn't on the line. When Israel came into being, from that very moment, they have been.
I'm tired of the rage farming, to be honest with you. Blakely does great work. I just I can't listen to that shill, whoever that guy was. But I do want to take a look real briefly at this. It's the latest from Larry Johnson on Nima's podcast. Trump goes nuclear on Pickaxe Mountain as Hormuz and Bab al-Mandab tighten. See, you guys told me, oh, the Bab al-Mandab Strait's closed. Well,
Hi, everybody.
not necessarily.
Today is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, and our dear friend Larry Johnson is here with us. Welcome back. Long time no see, Larry. What is happening?
It's a day without Nima is a day without sunshine, right?
Yeah. Larry, let me start with the Pickaxe Mountain, which is of major concern, it seems, for the Trump administration. They're basically they're trying to do something about it. And here is Senator Kennedy asking Pete Hegseth about what would be the plan for that.
Do we have the ability to destroy whatever is underneath Pickaxe Mountain?
Senator, a lot of our capabilities are classified, but if anybody in the world can reach anything on God's green earth, it's the United States military, the most powerful military in the world. It's all about options and trade-offs.
Yeah. Larry, the question is, are they considering nuclear bombs to attack these sites?
Well, even if they were, it wouldn't matter because the sites are hardened against nuclear blasts. So, yeah, it'd cause a lot of surface damage, but it's not going to destroy the site at all. So, but it would touch off. Good Lord.
Well, you still absorb some of the smoke through your mouth, and so you still catch a buzz from the cigar, Thug Bone. But yeah, you're not supposed to inhale it.
It would touch off a global crisis, because I don't see Russia and China standing idly by, or Pakistan for that matter, letting the United States just start using nuclear weapons. Crosses a threshold, and hopefully there's somebody with a brain still within the Trump administration and just say, no, we can't do that. We're not going to do that. It's going to be.
I'm just trying to catch a vibe. I'm just posting up, aura farming, vibe maxing, trying to get the latest on what's going down. What's the skinny? What's the skinny going down there in the Arabian Peninsula? Saeed knows, but he's not saying. He's not Saeedin. Pete talks like a host in some Fox News show. Yeah, that's crazy, right? It's almost like before he became the Secretary of War, he was a Fox News anchor for Fox and Friends. Almost.
More than counterproductive, it'll be dangerous.
Is that going to open up the ports? Let's assume they go, they finally do that. And how is that going to influence the international community and the use of nuclear bombs again? And last time it was the United States, and again, repeating that, how is that going to, influence the international community?
It's going to force everybody to do a reappraisal of the nuclear doctrine, particularly Russia and China. If they see the United States so cavalierly willing to use nukes, they're going to definitely change their approach to how they deal with
their nuclear doctrine.
Yeah, so it's that'd be a very dangerous, counterproductive move on the part of the U.S.
For hours and hours, I talked with Professor Ted Postel. In all I got from his sort of understanding of nuclear weapons, it's all about expanding on the surface, not penetrating.
Right.
I don't know how is that going to help them with the concept of a bunker using that as a bunker buster.
Right.
No, it doesn't. It's not.
It doesn't.
and
It's just
even
supposed to literally destroy civilization.
Use bunker busters, so-called, at Pickaxe Mountain. Pickaxe Mountain is too damn deep. So,
everything's calm in your city. We're happy to hear that, and we hope that that continues. That is good to hear. And what city is that again? You told me, but I forgot. Which one? I'm kidding. He's never told me.
they might be able to destroy one opening.
him.
I think Iran has got other openings, and some of them are concealed and not visible.
I didn't know that we have a troll, but I'll be happy to kick him out. Where's he at? We have a low-effort troll in the building. I did just ban somebody for spamming the N-word letter by letter, as they do. Oh, you're going to give me a hint? It's very hot. Well, it is very hot in the Middle East because the Middle East is a desert. So that doesn't help me. All of the topography and geography is just desert. So thanks again for that non-clue masquerading as a clue. How dare you. Got him? Okay, thank you, Dama. I guess that's why I didn't see it. Dama's on it, you guys. Pet the mods. Dama Kuno does great work. And they're very based as well. And I think they recently got married, didn't you? Congratulations on your marriage. And I think maybe you moved to a different country. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that that's true. I'm not trying to dox you, by the way, Damakuno. This is all publicly curated information. Just got married. That's right. See, I knew I remembered that. And moved to Vietnam. Wow. Speaking of marriage, Saeed, no, you can't marry my mom. All right? Don't even go there. Wow, Vietnam, that's pretty big. I've heard great things about Vietnam. Hopefully one day I'll be privileged enough to get to take a trip there. Socialism for the win. They met in this chat. Now that would be something. But I don't think that's true. But there are a lot of like-minded people here. Vietnam is thriving, absolutely. I do hear that it's pretty hot down there. But hey, I'm from a very temperate place, very humid place. I'm from the dirty, dirty deep south. So, I'm no stranger to the heat. She's the one that says you guys can have more than one wife. Oh, okay. Well, I don't like that. All right, Said, you've already got a lovely wife of 14 years, beautiful years. 14 beautiful years. You've got 3 children, and you are just blessed. So you need to stop hitting on my mom, is my point. I don't care what your religion or your culture says is okay. Leave my mom out of it.
They don't routinely go in and out of those other exits. They're there for an emergency use and are accordingly obscured.
Before coming up to this live, Larry, we talked about the case of Bab al-Mandab and the Red Sea. And it seems that Pakistan, as it was reported on Cradle, they said that Pakistan is willing to go against Yemenis and doing something in favor of Saudi Arabia. What difference can they bring to the table that could be somehow different for Saudi Arabia and increase their capabilities?
That's a load of crap. Pakistan has greater capabilities than the United States? I don't think so. U.S. tried and failed. If Pakistan decided to try to attack Yemen on behalf of the Saudis, Yemen's going to take out Yanbu, and then the Saudis are going to be, they're going to have their last remaining oil terminal that's still operating, disabled, destroyed, no longer capable.
That's a new vocabulary word, Yanbu. The last remaining port that Saudi Arabia has, from what I understand, that they're able to circumvent the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz is Yanbu, their Yanbu port. And I think if the Yemenis block the Bab al-Mandab Strait, then Yanbu is going to be Nobu. Boo-boo. 21 years. Okay, well, I took a stab at it. I said 14. Who's counting? I'm terrible at math. All right, so Yanbu. Look at that. That's beautiful. Oh my gosh. Yanbu Flower Festival. Looks like, what's that? Willy Wonka. Al Nawraz Island. Royal Commission Beach. Like a little coastal town. Coastal city. Seems pretty like, I don't know. It's not like a major city. There it is, Yanbu, on the western coast of Saudi Arabia, up there in the by the Red Sea. So, I guess some of the oil goes through the Suez Canal from Yanbu, and maybe some of the oil goes down to the Bab al-Mandab. But either way, that's apparently their only way to get oil out to the rest of the world. I don't know if they have any land routes at this point. Yeah, but it does. It looks like a beautiful town. All right. Back to some of this. We're just going to look at this for a little bit longer.
Of providing oil. The choice, the Saudis had imposed basically an aviation blockade on Yemen, but they also signed an MOU with Yemen. I think that was maybe 2 years ago. So their option is they attack, or Pakistan attacks Ansar Allah. Ansar Allah retaliates by taking out Yanbu. Then the Saudis are screwed. Or the Saudis sit down and negotiate with Iran or with Ansar Allah and say, okay, we'll lift our blockade, you lift your blockade. I think Ansar Allah would do that. That's what Ansar Allah is after here, getting equitable treatment. So I don't, it's not to say that Saudis won't do something stupid, they're not exactly the brightest light bulbs in the tanning bed. But the logical solution here is negotiate.
Gabe, I appreciate your comment, but I'm just gonna have to say, like, can we keep our anti-Semitism to a bare minimum? Okay, shame on you.
Law, get both sides lift the blockade and go on and work on developing a collaborative relationship instead of one based on hostility.
It seems that the only country that is holding the siege and the blockade on Yemen is Saudi Arabia, because so far I haven't heard Donald Trump talking about it. He said we don't have any problem with Yemen and they're not causing any sort of problem. And the same case happening with UAE. I haven't heard from UAE as well.
Yeah. Listen, everybody's trying. They recognize that they're facing some significant. If they step up their involvement in this war with Iran, and then bring the Ansar Allah in it with the Houthis, proven that they're not cowed, they're not afraid, they're not going to get intimidated. That makes it very, very difficult for the traditional method of using military force to bully somebody else into submission. You're not going to force the Houthis to submit at all.
Do you think if they back down or they negotiate, because the negotiations with Yemenis, they don't see Yemen as, as equal. They don't see them as equals. They don't see Yemen as a powerful country. That's why they don't want to negotiate. It seems to me they don't want to negotiate with Yemenis. But do you think that these difficulties going to force them in a short period of time to do that? If they go rational and decide to talk with Yemen?
Well, I mean, if they decide to talk with Yemen, they've got going to have a no exit plan that's going to cause them enormous economic harm. So from a logical standpoint, it's obvious what the Saudis would do. But again, I maintain that the Saudis, again, are not that smart. And you can't put it past them doing something incredibly stupid.
Just, Larry, can you check if your microphone the proper microphone is connected to StreamYard? It seems that I'm getting some sort of noise. I don't know if...
There we go. Sorry. Sometimes it defaults to the wrong microphone.
You put the earbuds on your... Then
you got the earbuds back in.
Yeah. Larry, Donald Trump today said that about the soldiers that were killed in a recent attack in Jordan. He said they are indeed great heroes. Actually, all of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have nuclear.
Why do you say that, Saeed? What don't you like about what he's saying? I kind of spaced out a little bit. Sort of handling a few things behind the scenes here, but I'm curious. I'm curious to know, because he's commenting on your home turf, and maybe he's got a lot of things wrong. Or maybe it's just his sense of fashion. I can't hear the noise that they were talking about. Yeah. Right. Hey, that's I feel you on that. I feel like a lot of analysts, especially ex-CIA and so-called expert analysts from the West, it's probably pretty cringe to listen to them talk about your land, your culture, so flippantly, is like dismissive. And I feel like other people we listen to do that as well. So I can understand that. Sort of treating the Gulf Coast like it's a monolith. Am I really at your mom's house? I always tell the truth. Of course I am. I'm broadcasting to you live from your mother's basement. Cold down here. I haven't been fed in 3 days. She keeps tying me up and having me perform these. Anyway, I can't even talk about it, honestly. It's. Tell him to stick the cigar burnt side up his shit-stained butt. Wow, Saeed is upset about Larry's analysis here.
That was stern, Saeed. But fair. But fair. Just tell us how you really feel next time. Damn, Jesse, you're big timing us. You've been all over the earth, dude. I don't know what conversation I'm butting into, but that's kind of funny. Yeah, man. But have you been? Jesse's been. Jesse's been everywhere. He's like Johnny Cash, man. Don't try to step to Jesse. The guy is well-traveled. He has many leather-bound books. Jesus Christ. Wow, Maui wowie. What do we have here? Once again, another anonymous user. I can't believe it. And to show surprise, my voice, I always pitch it up a couple octaves. This is incredible. Wait till my lawyer hears about this. I just got 50 gifted subs from an anonymous user. Wow. Thank you so much. I have so many random friends out there. So many. And I want Saeed to take note of this, okay? Because look at the generosity expressed by random people that don't even need the accolades. They're incredibly modest. They only give, they ask for nothing in return, not even notoriety. And I just hope that Saeed is taking note of that kind of professional, sincere gratitude that is expressed through such an amazing donation to the channel, which greatly benefits the health of this stream, the community at large, bringing in 50 new members so my hand rubbing can intensify. 50 poor souls that I'm about to red and black pill. So we thank you, Anonymous. That actually calmed me down. Good. So, I'm just trying to say, like, take a few notes from Anonymous's book there, Saeed. You could learn some things and how to express yourself. Now I'll never look at cigars the same. I'll always think of cigars being inserted rectally because of you, because of what you had to say to all of us here tonight. And then he's right back at it. You see this? This is exactly what I was talking about, Saeed. Exhibit A. You say this shit, and yet we have completely just wholesome and selfless anonymous people that are gifting so much, donating so much, and all. What do you donate? You donate nothing but terrible mom jokes. They're lame, they're hurtful, they're shameful, they're insulting, they're ridiculous. And it makes my time here more painful. I will not ask my mom. I'm not going to ask my mom anything. Like I told you, she likes your This is just, she likes your donations. Donations with a capital D, maybe. D's nuts. Donations. Wow. Well, I guess that's what I get, I guess that's what I get for entertaining the riffraff. I know. Saeed's just straight savage. And here I am trying to... Maybe he's the anonymous user. You ever thought about that? Maybe what he does is, in order for us to tolerate his nonsense,
his tomfoolery and his chicanery. That's what he does. He pays us off. He pays us to be quiet. Just let him get in a few mom jokes, a few dad jokes. Let him talk about sticking cigars up people's rectums so he can express himself. And then he just pays us off like we're a cheap hooker. You see how that goes? I figured it out. I figured it out, Saeed. I see what you've been up to this whole time. But we'll put up with it. We'll have to keep putting up with it. Put-upping with it. What choice do I have? It's a good word. It's a good word to describe the moment. Right at the end of the stream, he comes in. That's right. Right at the very end, gets his digs in, and he's like, all right, I'm out. He says, I told you before, Anonymous is paying for my right to be silly. Oh, you already told us. Okay, so I wasn't really being too revelatory there. I had the, I'm a little slow, okay? I'm sorry. It takes me a while to put it all together. But once I get there, I'm good. I'm rock solid. But, I had to experience it, I guess. But you told us. I should have known. I should have known that's what that's about. At least you're aware. That's the good point. The good part is that you're aware of your psychological behavior, the inner motivations and machinations of your inner world there. Speaking of rock solid. All right, bye-bye, you pervert. And then he hits us with a love to all. Like we can just forget about all the trauma he just caused the stream. Oh, no. No, in all seriousness, thank you so much. Of course, we love Saeed. We love all of you out there in the information superhighway. Remember when we used to call it that? Well, my Qatari handler is leaving the stream, so I guess it's time for me to do so as well. And look, it's 4 hours and 15 minutes. We did a full broadcast for that ass. How you like that? Where you at and all that. All right, so sorry, my New Orleans accent's coming out. So thank you so much, everybody. I had a wonderful time with you. I hope we can. I hope you did as well. I hope you hit subscribe and tap the like button. Every little bit helps. Leave me a positive comment here if you see some of my videos. It always helps the algorithm, and I appreciate it. Or it helps not the algorithm, but it helps the algorithm not to target me. Let's just say that. It's not like I just don't want to be censored. I love this community. I like doing this. I just want to be able to continue doing this. I don't care about anything. I'm not clout chasing or anything. I just ask you to do that so that YouTube doesn't censor me. Okay? That's really what that's about. Of course, I do appreciate all of your comments regardless. Except for this one. Actually, no. You should totally ironically say that. Definitely say things like this. So that they'll know I'm doing good work for the Chosenites. I'm holding it down, holding down the fort. I'm holding down the safe room and the bunker for the Chosenites. Anyway, with that, I'm going to go eat some dinner and decompress, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? I hope you'll come back for another broadcast, 8 p.m. to midnight Eastern Standard Time. Fart on my balls. I've been wondering where you've been. There you are. Here's $10,000 to get you back on your feet. This is a little insider joke right here. Actually,
case you guys are just joining us, we had this esteemed chatter with the colorful name Fart on My Balls, who said that they were gifting $5 and end up gifting like $500 on accident. It was a comedy and tragedy ensued. But we got it all figured out, and now they're sending me $10,000, aka $10. Well, now at least it's the opposite. You told me in the last time, you said here's $5, you ended up sending me $500. Now you're saying here's $10,000, but it's really a $10 donation. So that's good. Let's keep it that way. Unless you meant to send me $10,000, in which case you still owe me $99,990, and you can make it out to Cash Patel. Just write the check to Shekel Maxing, please. It sucks that when you got to 100K, the platform pulled their BS. Thank you. Yeah, making me start over again. I enjoy the content and the banter. Keep on keeping on. Appreciate that. Thank you, my friend. And I'm technically not completely suspended from my main page. I just can't go live, and I'm hopeful that it's only for a month. I've asked AI, like, what does this normally boil down to? And they say that I'm usually just, or if it's a warning, you're usually banned for a month from going live. So I'm hoping that's it. But either way, I think I'll stick to this page as being the live streaming page and have the other page be for uploads. So we'll have our bases covered in that respect. So anyway, there you have it. I'm going to sign off now. Thank you, Greg. Thanks, Yasser, Michael, Tom Jones, Jack Walk, Weston, Wolf, Obi-Wan, Dom Acuno, J-Jex, Raven's Tongue, Lurley, all of the moderators. Love you guys. I'll see you next time, okay? Peace and love. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Rathbone has to go to bed. It's time to tuck your little head. Good night. Good night. Buenos noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Buenas